082-1 Mam Sophie Mbongiwe Q.
We're coming to you live from the will be taking place. We're expecting that the procession will then be making their way out of the tent there, Sophie, where they have been draping the flag, and we're just waiting for them to make their way into the place where the official funeral will start.
Yes, and you can see that the South African Police Service, members of the police service, are now on standby because they will be leading this procession. As the political editor Mzwandile Mbeje indicated that this is the official funeral category 2, and therefore the formalities are handled by the South African Police Service. If it is the state funeral, which is reserved for sitting heads of state and the former heads of state, that's where you see the military. So today, formalities will be the responsibility of the South African Police Service, including the chaplain from the South African Police Service, not from the military this time around.
And of course, as we continue then to bring you these live visuals here, not only is it the ANC colleagues or even colleagues in government who will be gathered here, it's the people who know Nkosinathi Mthethwa as Nyambose, as Udingiswayo Mzwai, as a man who they say was quite near to this community because it was so close to his heart, but also at the same time, these are people who would be feeling the huge loss of the son of this community.
Especially if you have someone who you are able to look up to. And I keep saying, as I was speaking to individuals here, they say time and again if there are issues, so he would intervene, using the fact that he obviously has been involved in community engagement. So for him, it would be easier even to know which door to knock on. So that's what people are saying. So with this loss, I think the community here would feel they are losing someone who they can go to if there are difficulties.
And as we're listening now to the one of the program directors, that's Sihle Zigalala, there explaining what is currently happening. Let's listen in.
Yes, he was making an announcement there, Bongiwe, that people can sit down while we're waiting for the South African Police Service to finalize the formalities in terms of the South African flag, and then we'll see them coming in. But you can see now many people are now making their way inside the venue, and included is just ordinary ANC members. I also saw the Youth League members. I saw one or two people with Kwasatu and also SACP t-shirt. And you can see that this is a funeral of a member of the alliance, much as many people have decided to wear private clothes, because sometimes it's important also to ensure that you send a clear message where you don't blur the lines in terms of state and party, and therefore it doesn't mean when you see people with formal clothes it's because there's a problem, but some will still wear the party regalia. But this is a funeral that is handled by the state, and therefore you also have to respect the formalities in terms of protocol, but also you don't blur the line. And the president, as you hear the noise, the president going to perhaps move towards the tent, as you can see and hear that noise. It's people responding after he stood up and he's making his way. You will see he's going to the tent because now everything is ready there. He's going to lead that and try to be in front when they move in, and a symbol that at the end of the day, it's the head of state. Perhaps let's listen to that music while the president is making his way, because the church is quite important at this moment. Let's hear that song or hymn.
President Cyril Ramaphosa, they're making his way to the tent where the body, that coffin, has now been draped in the South African flag. And we did hear a short while ago one of the program directors, Sihle Zigalala, announcing that they will be starting with the program very soon. And he's not alone when it comes to the facilitation of this part of the program for the funeral. He is with Dr. Nkosinathi Mthethwa. And we will then be hearing, of course, from Miss Nolita Fagude, who will be representing the wife when it comes to sending her own message to her husband. Because while there would have been condolence books across the world, you think about the fact that even in the embassies in France and Pretoria, legislatures, the ANC headquarters, premier's offices, the airport in Durban, and also that is the King Shaka International Airport, OR Tambo International Airport, the Parliament of South Africa, the Union buildings. As much as people would have written in these books, Mzwai, as much as people would have sent their own messages of condolences, but she would have her own special message for her husband, someone she would have shared her life with. And I suppose, Mzwai, this is the moment. NgesiZulu ekuthiwa uzinzile, she's taking it all in and probably not even sure what to make of it.
Certainly. In fact, as someone who is probably the first to receive this kind of news and how it struck her, and even if she wants to say something, she is in a situation where it's not possible. That's why you'll find someone reading what she feels inside on her behalf. And she should be able to perhaps give us a bit of an insight, though she's not necessarily going to be talking about, we don't expect her to speak about what happened, but we expect her to tell us about the good times they've had, because Nathi Mthethwa was indeed a family man.
Yeah, now they are about to come. You will see they are now making their way out of that marquee, the South African Police Service, as you can see, and the president being part of this entourage, or perhaps the people who are there. And as you can see, the South African flag, a clear indication that this is someone who served the country. You may have different views on his weaknesses, and people are human and they are bound to make mistakes, as long as you accept and you do better. I think that's what's critical at this moment, Mzwai, for ANC to accept where it erred and just do the right thing in terms of the concerns of the citizens of this country, but not only the ANC, generally the leadership.
Especially as we've always known that the ANC has always styled itself as the leader of society. If you are the leader of the society, you in the main must lead by example. But of course, as you've said, this is not confined to a party political event. This is a state, a funeral funded by state.
All right, let's take a listen in.
Please, guys. Also, you as well.
Guys, don't come forward. Don't come forward. Don't.
Yes, the procession is coming in. We request that we all jump up. Pay our respect to our departed comrades. Sonke masisukume sihloniphe umfowethu Nkosinathi Mthethwa njengoba umongameli nomndeni bengena naye umfowethu Nathi.
Simukela umndeni wakonyambose, umndeni wakwaMthethwa, simukele umndeni wakwaButhelezi nayo yonke imndeni ehlobene nabo. Simukele umongameli welizwe, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President Mashatile, nabo bonke ubuholi obusuka kuzwelonke. Simukele undunankulu walapha KwaZulu-Natal, ubaba uThami Ntuli, nabo bonke ubuholi ahamba nabo. Sizodlulisela kuyo ithimba le-SABC elinikezela ukuhlonipha lo mcimbi ukuba liqhubeke up until siye kwi-National Anthem nomkhuleko.
Kulo lesizwe lizohlatshelelwa. Siyacela kubo bonke abobaba bafake isigqoko bazikhumule, abesifazane bame ngezinyawo ngendlela abangakhona, and everyone stand still sikhombise inhlonipho eculweni lesizwe. The members of the police service in uniform, all of the men and females, they will remain with their headdresses and they will all salute as we play the national anthem. Over to you, Colonel Dumbe. the name of the Father, in the name of the Holy Spirit. Hambe nathi nkulunkulu kuze kwaba kwalesi sikhathi. Engingazini kwethu wahola indlela yalomndeni neyalesizwe sesikule ndawo siyathandaza ekseni siqala uhlelo lwalenkonzo yeba phakathi kwethu sikhulekela bonke abazokhuluma kule ndawo babona amandla onke ubanikeza ukuphumisela okuyokwenza umehluko kumndeni kaMthethwa nakubo bonke abathintekile ilesi simo. Siyakwazi uNkulunkulu ukuthi awushiyani awudelani angeke usiyeke kule ndawo yeba nathi ke qhubeke nathi uNkulunkulu kuze kufike ekupheleni kwalenkonzo ngenxa yenkosi yethu uJesu Kristu. Amen.
Long live the spirit of Comrade Nathi Mthethwa, long live. Amandla. Siyabonga. Procession ye SAPS ilidwa. SAPS chaplain Brigadier Right Reverend Sthembiso Shwabet Nkosi bazobuya egcineni uma sisiqeda kulesikhathi samanje sifisa ukwethula abakhona abayingxenye yalenkonzo yokuphelezela uNkosinathi Mthethwa esimaziyo njengoambassador kodwa esimazi kakhulu njengominister nomunye wabazabalazi benkululeko kulelizwe lakithi. Siyafisa ukwamukela futhi sithule His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, okhona oNathi osebenze kakhulu no former minister uNathi Mthethwa. Siyahlonipha samukele umndeni wakwaMthethwa isikakhulukazi unkosikazi kamfowethu uNathi udadewethu uMabuthelezi Mthethwa. Samukele yonke imindeni esikakhulukazi umndeni wakaMthethwa nobukhosi bakwaMthethwa obunathi lapha namuhla kwesa kwaMthethwa. Samukele umndeni wakwaButhelezi nobukhosi bakwaButhelezi, inkosi yakwaButhelezi, umntwana uZuzifa Buthelezi ukhona la. Siyakubonga ubukhona bakhe nobukhosi bakaButhelezi bonke abakhona. Sifisa ukwamukela uPremier undunankulu walapha KwaZulu-Natal ubaba uThami Ntuli. Simukele bonke ominister abakhona. Ngokunjalo nondunankulu abakhona abasuka kwamanye ama-provinces. Samukele amanxusa ama-ambassadors ezwe lakithi. Ngokunjalo nama-ambassadors amele amanye amazwe kuleli lakithi. Semukela bonke abaholi, o-deputy minister, o-MECs. Ngokunjalo amalunga eParliamente, usomlomo waKwaZulu-Natal, na wonke amalunga esishamthetho salapha KwaZulu-Natal. Samukele ubukhona bukameya walapha eKwaMbonambi nabo bonke omeya abakhona lapha kathi kwethu. Ngimbonile nomeya ubaba uCyril Xaba, umeya waseThekwini, osebenze kakhulu nomfowethu uNathi. Samukele ngokunjalo ubuholi obukhona amalunga eNational Executive Committee ye-ANC, onke akhona elidwa ngupresident nama-officials. Ngokunjalo nobuholi balapha KwaZulu-Natal be-ANC bulidwa uPungane, uComrade uJeff Hadebe, noComrade uMabuyakhulu, uComrade uNdiyema, uMike Mabuyakhulu. Simukele zonke inhlaka ze-ANC kuye kuyofika kuma-branches. Samukele amakhansela, mese simukela zonke inhlangano eyikhona esisebenzisana nazo kwi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal na-national. Nazo zonke ikhona ezimelelekile kwimkhandlu, ngokunjalo nakwi-legislature nakuzwelonke. Masimukele o-DG bekhona nabasebenzi bakahulumeni bonke beholwa uDirector General wase-South Africa, uMiss Baleni. Nawo wonke ama-comrade alapha, ngokunjalo nomphakathi wonke onathi lapha namuhla. I'm establishing this protocol. Ngisho ukuthi ngenzeka ukuthi khona obalekile singambonanga, ngixolise kulokho uma kwenzekile. But I'm establishing this protocol so that all other speakers who will follow will not have a problem to go through protocol in the interest of time. Uma ke siqala namuhla, we will request the Premier of the province to welcome us. Kodwa ukuze sisheshe sizocela undunankulu ebeza ngaphambili ngokunjalo nozolandela ozosithulela umlando kamfowethu Nathi, uambassador Uphumelele Gwala naye ebesondela ukuze sikwazi ukushesha. Sethula ke bakwethu undunankulu walapha KwaZulu-Natal esimaziyo engumeya waseNkandla, engumeya walapha eKingcetshwayo, ongundunankulu walapha ubaba uThami Ntuli. Baba Mphemba, masibekele kuwe.
Ngiyathokoza kakhulu ko-program director u-deputy minister uZikalala no Dinangwe uDokotela, His Excellency the President of the Republic uMama uMabuthelezi nomndeni wonke wakaMthethwa nakaButhelezi, members of the national, provincial and local spheres of government, members of the diplomatic corps, ukhosi bakaMthethwa nobakaButhelezi, and all traditional leaders present, leaders of society, ubuholi bukaKhongolose, fellow mourners. Today, we gather not only to mourn, but to celebrate a life that is embodied on service delivery and devotion to our country. The former minister and the ambassador, Nkosinathi Mthethwa, was more than a public servant. He was a patriot, a bridge builder, and a man deeply committed to the ideals of justice, peace, and progress. He joins a long and distinguished list of sons and daughters of KwaZulu-Natal who have contributed immensely to our liberation struggle and to the advancement of our democratic projects. His journey from humble beginnings to serving our nation on the global stage is a story of dedication, discipline, and patriotic service. His untimely passing comes at a difficult moment when our country and the world are navigating complex geopolitical shifts and economic uncertainties. It is in times such as these that we need seasoned leaders and diplomats, men and women of his caliber, who understand that diplomacy is not only about statecraft, but also about building bridges of trust, cooperation, and opportunity. Unyambo's legacy reminds us that the work of representing South Africa abroad is deeply connected to the task of building prosperity and peace at home. His departure leaves a void in our national family and provincial family, but it also challenges us to nurture and empower a new generation of South Africans who will carry forward his vision of a more united, respected, and economically vibrant nation. Njengomphakathi waKwaZulu-Natal, lapho inkaba yakhe ikhona, sizizwa sithobekile, futhi sithobeke inxeba manxa kulokhu kulahlekelwa nisembathile njengesizwe kusuka kumengameli wezwe kumanxusa nabaholi abavela ezinhlakeni ezahlukene zomphakathi. Sithi lokhu enikwenza emndenini wakaMthethwa nakithi uqobo nikwenze nakwabanye. Unyambose, as you embark on your next journey, we make a solemn pledge that we will continue to advance your vision of a united South Africa, a united Africa, and a united global South, working together for peace, development, and shared prosperity. You leave us at a moment of profound renewal, a time when our people, through the power of their votes, have spoken with great clarity. They have called upon all political parties, large and small, including your own movement, the African National Congress, to work together under the banner of unity government, both nationally and provincially, which we will be advancing it to local government. Indeed, our citizens from all races, backgrounds, and walk of life have called for unity of purpose. They've reminded us that our collective strength lies not in what divides us, but in what we can achieve together when we are actually guided by the spirit of service and shared destiny. As we bid farewell to you, Nyambose, we do so with a renewed commitment to build the South Africa and the province of KwaZulu-Natal you envisioned. One anchored on dignity, economic inclusion, ethical and servant leadership, and opportunity for all. Your legacy will live on in the daily work of unity, or rather uniting our people and move our province and national forward. To you, son of the soil, Sizwa yakithi, a promise we wish to make on behalf of all of us entrusted with the leadership in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and your beloved home, province of KwaZulu-Natal, is that our province shall never again return to conflicts. We draw strength from your legacy as we commit ourselves to building a KwaZulu-Natal defined by peace, unity, and shared prosperity. From Mthethwa to Kokstad, from Newcastle to Jozini, and from Edumbe to Msinga, nakulo lonke elendlovukazi kaMthaniya, we shall continue to inspire new hope among our people, ensuring that development reaches every community and that our economic and social progress reflects the true spirit of reconciliation and nation building. I hope the message we are living, in particular between the IFP and the ANC in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which was also in fact championed by the late Prince Nkosinathi for closing the chapter of the past wounds, reconciliation, will be now reactivated so that we'll close the chapter of the past wounds. Nyambose, wena wamaqhawe, may your soul rest in peace, knowing that your vision continues to inspire a generation determined to carry the torch of unity, development, and hope. With those words, I wish to not welcome His Excellency the President in his country, but to welcome him to KwaZulu-Natal and the national leadership, international leadership, the leaders from different political formations. Ngimukele zonke izakhamizi zaKwaZulu-Natal, ngiyathokoza.
Siyabonga kakhulu kundunankulu Mphemba. Siyabonga. Indeed, uNyambose wasebenza kakhulu eqhuquzela ukuthula isikakhulukazi ngalezi ayikhathi zama early 90s phakathi kwe-ANC Youth League and Youth Brigade. But wasebenza kakhulu kwakha izakhiwo ze-ANC la kwakunzima kakhulu ukuzakha. Siyabonga ndunankulu. Sizohlabela phambili, we will proceed with the program and we will invite to the stage. But before I do so, let me also acknowledge amakhosi wonke akhona. Yebo akhona amakhosi akwaMthethwa, siyabonga, nawa kwaButhelezi. Kodwa khona namanye amakhosi asendlunkulu, nabantwana basendlunkulu abanathi. Siyafisa ukubamukela. Ngokunjalo i-business sector ekhona, siyazi ukuthi we have various structures and institutions from national and various chambers even here in KwaZulu-Natal. Siyawamukela, including i-KZN Growth Coalition under the leadership of Ubaba Tembe. Ongjalo mangcina smukele ama-artist and the whole of the art and culture fraternity abanathi abasebenze kakhulu nomfowethu uNathi. At this moment, may I invite Ambassador Phumelele Gwala to take us through the obituary. And during that time, we will request that we all stand up, with the exception of those who are designated as part of mourners who will not stand up. May I hand over to Ambassador Gwala.
Thank you, Chair. The obituary of the late Ambassador Nkosinathi Nathi Mthethwa. We're talking about the Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. He touched so many lives, hence his obituary is this long. But we'll be just picking on some of these paragraphs. Please feel free to read at leisure. Thank you. Ambassador Nkosinathi Nathi Mthethwa was born on 23 January 1967 in Claremont, a township outside Durban, born to Mr. Mbongeni Jetros and Miss Nkosinathi Mthethwa, both late. Nyambose, his clan name, was the fifth among 4 brothers and 3 sisters. He grew up in the Durban suburb of Clearwater and in KwaMthethwa on the outskirts of KwaMbonambi. Ambassador Mthethwa became active in the student resistance movement as a teenager, joining the Clearwater Youth Organization in 1982 and serving as its chairperson from 1987 to 1989. In 1986, while in the employ of Just Juice in Pinetown, he became a shop steward of the Food and Allied Workers Union, FAO. At the time, he worked with women whose hands and bodies had been severely scarred by chemical exposure from cleaning industrial containers. Ambassador Mthethwa brought these women workers into FAO's fold, standing with them against exploitation, unsafe working conditions, and employer arrogance. It was at Just Juice that he successfully led the struggle for recognition of FAO, building majority membership and forming the factory steering committee. When the company retaliated by victimizing him and engineering his dismissal, FAO fought a long and bitter battle. With the assistance of progressive lawyers, and after 18 months of struggle, Comrade Mthethwa and FAO won the case. The victory, however, was not simply legal, it was moral. The employer had failed to crush the spirit of worker organization and solidarity. Rather than return to a workplace that was determined to silence him, Comrade Mthethwa chose instead to dedicate his life to full-time activism. From his home in Claremont, he immersed himself in the youth movement while retaining networks in organized labor. He became part of a generation that combined shop floor struggles with the energy of the youth movement, ensuring that the fight for living wages and safe workplaces converged with a broader struggle for national liberation. Together with millions across the country, they surged forward with courage, indomitable and ungovernable. Comrade Mthethwa's trade union and youth activism brought him into contact with the banned African National Congress, the ANC. When he was recruited to undertake underground work from Operation Vula between 1988 and 1989, Operation Vula, also known as Operation Vulindlela, isiZulu for Open the Road, was a clandestine domestic program of the ANC during the final years of apartheid in South Africa. Initiated in 1986 at the ANC headquarters in Lusaka, Zambia, and launched in South Africa in 1988, its operatives smuggled weapons and banned ANC leaders into the country to establish an underground network linking domestic activist structures with the ANC in exile. After he was detained during 1989 state of emergency, he was elected chairperson of the Southern Natal branch of South African Youth Congress, and as chairperson of the Southern Natal Unemployed Workers Union, an initiative of the Congress of South African Trade Unions between 1989 and 1990. Between 1996 and 1998, he was an organizer for the South African Commercial Catering and Allied Workers Union. During the same period, he was re-elected to the NEC of the ANC Youth League as the head of the organizational development, which incorporated political education and organizational functions. He was deployed into the ANC National Organizing Team from 2001 to 2002. By all accounts, he distinguished himself in carrying out his various activist and leadership roles through student, youth community, labor, and underground structures in the prosecution of the liberation struggle. Comrade Mthethwa was a vigorous and active during the turbulent years of KwaZulu-Natal's political violence, a gallant an indefatigable freedom fighter, he dedicated himself to the quest for justice and democracy, serving in the front lines despite the mortal danger of his calling. He belonged to that generation to whom freedom was not an abstract ideal, but a daily discipline of sacrifice, courage, and service. His faithfulness and commitment to the ANC was total, principled, and above reproach. A true Democrat, he believed in the contestation of ideas and lamented the erosion of unity in the movement, believing that diversity of thought need not fracture the common purpose, but rather strengthens it when anchored in shared values and mutual respect. His educational qualifications across various disciplines prepared him for a vocation as a leader in the national sphere. Mr. Mthethwa held a diploma in community development from the University of Natal, an executive preparatory program certificate in mining engineering from the University of Johannesburg, and a certificate in leadership communication from Rhodes University. An avid reader and writer, a theater enthusiast, and a keen footballer in his younger years, he brought passion, vigor, and commitment to his 9-year tenure as the nation's torchbearer, determined to leave a legacy of meaningful milestones in each portfolio he held. Ambassador Mthethwa read extensively about Africa's history, exploring all its social, political, and economic facets. Through numerous projects and milestones, this patriot and combatant for freedom worked tirelessly to ensure that the promise of freedom extended beyond the ballot box. From the languages we speak, the trophies we lift, the stories we tell, and the heritage we pass to our progeny. Whether by expanding support for indigenous languages, championing the cultural and creative industries master plan, or uplifting South African literature through the South African Literary Awards, former Minister Mthethwa embodied the conviction that liberation must also be cultural, intellectual, and humane. Ambassador Mthethwa's legacy in South Africa, African rugby, is marked by his visible support for the Springboks, commitment to transformation, and efforts to elevate sport as a tool for national unity and pride, thus cementing himself as a prominent figure in rugby's national narrative. Following a decision by Cabinet in 2015 to declare May as Africa Month, Ambassador Mthethwa led the celebration of our Africanness in true African spirit. As South Africa's ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa welcomed Team South Africa to Paris with warmth and encouragement, hosting athletes at the Ikaya Hub, a cultural and hospitality center established within the South African Embassy precinct, which served as a home away from home for athletes, officials, and supporters, offering a space for celebration, media engagement, and cultural exchange. A lifelong friend and fellow activist described Mr. Mthethwa as an internationalist and an ardent, progressive Pan-Africanist, in the conviction that South Africa's best prospects lay in being part of a new world characterized by social justice and equity. Nyambose was a passionate anti-colonial and anti-imperialist revolutionary dedicated to advancing a new cause for mankind. To that extent, not only was he a passionate campaigner for a new, better, and just world order, he read extensively about Africa's history in all its social, political, and economic facets. On February 16, 2013, Nyambose tied the knot with the love of his life, Miss Philisiwe Buthelezi Mthethwa, who will remember him as a nurturer, warrior, and refuge. His children, Mkhululi, Mxolisi, Nombuso, Senzekile, Ayanda and Nathi have lost not only a father, but a teacher, a pillar whose many lessons he bequeathed in his lifetime. Ambassador Mthethwa is survived by his wife, children and siblings. Dumisile Mthethwa Shezi, Ntombifuthi Mthethwa Hlabisa, and Sebenzile Mthethwa Mpanza. He will be remembered as a gentle giant, a humble and patient listener, whose ready smile was the perfect tonic of an incisive and agile mind. For him, knowledge was a communal commodity, a universal resource, and a gift to be shared, to be shaped, not only by the sagacious leader, but by the wisdom of the collective. Lala kahle Mthethwa, Nyambose, Konyane yenkosi, imfolo zemnyama inketha abaweli, Dingiswayo. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Long live the spirits of Nkosinathi Mthethwa, long live. Amandla. That is the life and story of Comrade Nathi Mthethwa, a very principled, firm activist, organizer, and a commissar. Thank you, Ambassador Kwala. We will move on with the program. We will have the musical tribute, and we request that all of those who render musical tribute just offer us one song due to time constraint. And therefore we'll call Usisibusi Hadebe to the stage. As she comes, I must indicate that I indicated at the beginning that we are co-directing this program with Comrades Bongseni Dlomo, Dr. Dlomo. He will thereafter proceed with the program. Busi Hadebe on the stage.
Show. Somma tuzuikini impilo yami. Uyikhindebo. Uphinde ukhusele umoya wami. Ukhusele umoya wami. Somma tuzuikini impilo yami. Uyikhindebo. Uphinde ukhusele umoya wami. Yebo, Jesus. Osoma tuzuikini impilo yami. Uyikhindebo. Wena uphinde ukhusele umoya. Ukhusele. Ah, Jesu. Ngoba mina ngizohamba. Ngizohamba. Ngijonge kuwe. Eweke ngamaxesha. Awu Jesu. Ngoba mina ngizohamba.
Siyabonga kakhulu kubusi ihlombe elikhulu kubusi Hadebe ngomsebenzi asewenzile. We have just let me start by greetings because my co-program director has been greeting on our behalf too, and I want to follow his line of command that I do not greet and start greeting all the leaders who are here. Safe to say, we have just noticed that our Deputy SG is here. Mama Unomvula Nonkunyane, Mam Kize siyabonga siyakwamukela nawe uyingxenye yethu la. Besingakubonanga siqala. President, we don't take this for granted. Ukuthi wenze umsebenzi omkhulu kangaka. Thanks to you and the leadership of our country for granting Category 2 special funeral for Leli Kawe Lagiti. Thank you very much, President. Umndeni uyabonga kakhulu kulokho. Sibonge Premier that you are also part of this program. Osuka lana bekade umafungwase wakaThelis. Umafungwase kababa Matebhisi bambiza kanjalo izalukwazi zasenquthu nasemahlabathini enkonjeni ukuthi baba Matebhisi noma Mashandu sesimazi manje ukuthi ambassador but uyena lo sesifundele kahle lo mlando kamfowethu sibonge kakhulu. Izikhulumi ezilandelayo, I will really request that our speakers just give us highlights, because if they have to give the whole background about Umfowethu will be here until tomorrow. I have since welcomed on the stage Dr. Umalusi Gigaba, our former many things, but also a former SG, the former president of ANC Youth League, who worked very closely with this leader, and Miss Gloria Serobe. I have called them both because they will both speak one after the other before I invite the other leaders. I hope Dr. Gigaba, yes. Ningamboni ngathi alimboni ukhona ukhanya kuzoba khona umese kwafika uNkanyezi, because his other name Dr. Nkanyezi Gigaba. Now there comes the star.
Si bingelele ngokuhlonipha umongameli welizwe umhlonishwa ubaba uCyril Ramaphosa kanye nephini lakhe nabo bonke abaholi abakhona ahambisana abamkhaphile. Sibingelele umndeni wakwaMthethwa odingiswayo, umndeni wakwaButhelezi kwamama uMabuthelezi, nemndeni yonke ehlangene ngokuzila. Ngimi lapha kwi-protocol eseyethulwe umphathi wohlelo ubaba uKhuzeni. We gather here today in the quiet, in the hallowed space that grief has carved for us. We stand together under a sky that feels different now, that has welcomed a new star, one we can barely see through the veil of our eyes. In the somber and solemn stillness of time, we struggle to collect our grief, to come to terms with the tragedy that has struck us, suddenly and callously, yet with the certainty that nobody could prevent. The inevitable tide of time has decreed that we should today assemble here like this, in solemn grief, to pay tribute to a man none of us ever imagined we would so soon have to bid farewell to. Nyambose, Umnisi, as he was fondly known among us, his generation of ANC Youth League leaders, was not destined for the past tense, but had for long been a vital part of our present tense, and we imagined our future. He was a gentle, affable, and kind soul, a steady hand and a calm and reassuring mind in turbulent times, whilst physically in the present but living in the future, able at all times to articulate the type of future we wanted for ourselves as a people. His kindness belied his fortitude forged in the crucible of the struggle, calm and yet assured and unwavering in his convictions, which saw him take the cudgels of the struggle, prepared to make all the sacrifices required for the pursuit of freedom. A reliable comrade and friend, he never bowed to oppression or cowered even in front of the apartheid death machine. Not the fear of the crazy, trigger-happy apartheid gunmen, nor the cruelty of the vigilantes, not the sound of the prison's door, nor the siren of the apartheid police vans, none of that would take away from him his courage and instill in him fear for the oppressor. For his kindness, concealed hidden beneath his character, a courage of 1,000 warriors. When the news of Nyambose's passing began circulating, we all took them for bad rumors that have become typical of social media these days. Indeed, how could we suddenly accept that a man so full of life was gone? Even after official confirmation, it still felt unreal. We cannot still bring ourselves to refer to him in the past tense. To lose Nyambose in such tragic circumstances is a wound that cuts too deep. Nyambose carried many titles: comrade, leader, minister, and until recently, ambassador. But to some of us, he was more than these titles. He was just simply Nathi, Mnisi, Nyambose, Tingswayo, Nkonyane. And each time you called him Nkonyane, he would smile. A friend and a brother with whom we shared decades of struggle, debate, laughter, and learning. We met decades ago as young activists in the South African Youth Congress and subsequently the ANC Youth League in Southern Natal. From those early days, his dedication to the struggle, political education, and organization was not only evident, but it was already unmatched. He worked tirelessly both in rebuilding the ANC Youth League as well as in the political education of its members. He was a serious and committed revolutionary, as he was profoundly loyal as a friend. The bonds we forged during those early years in the struggle have endured across decades through both public service and personal milestones. But it will always be as a leader and revolutionary that we shall always remember him. I fondly recall how he and Mayor Cyril Kaba guided our ANC Youth League delegation through tense 1993 peace talks with the IFP Youth Brigade. Despite a long history of violent conflict between our groups, their strong visionary leadership steered us towards a crucial agreement. They consistently emphasized that peace was essential for the youth, not out of cowardice, but from a strategic understanding that stability is necessary for a social revolution, driven by a concern that our generation had a duty to build a new South Africa after enduring years of violence. His sense of humor and humility often belied his seriousness and devotion to any task assigned to him, always prepared to file among the ranks as he was to lead from the front line. His subsequent roles as the majority chief whip in the National Assembly and his elevation to Minister of Police and subsequently Sports, Arts and Culture came as no surprise to all of us who knew him. He also took to his new role as ambassador with the expected zeal, an opportunity to fulfill his progressive internationalism. In every position he held, he carried out his duties with humility, singular-mindedness, and devotion. Wearing every responsibility he was assigned with equal pride and devotion, always serving South Africa with integrity. Nothing was too big or too small and trivial for him. Never an armchair revolutionary. He knew that one of the hazards of concrete action was exposing oneself to mistakes that could possibly be judged harshly, either by posterity or even armchair critics. Yet he was committed to serve, to do his part in the service of his people and country in the pursuit of total emancipation. In that regard, Nyambose was a builder and nurturer of institutions who immersed himself in the task of building the ANC Youth League as an organizer. Even when he was no longer in the leadership of the Youth League, we would often call upon him to assist in the organizational development of our structures, which would have somehow collapsed. Nyambose was also a political commissar, a developer of consciousness, and advocate for renewal whose role was therefore pivotal and indispensable in the current period in the movement. He was actively involved in the conceptualization of the O.R. Tambo School and drafting of the ANC's strategy and tactics, which serves as our movement's theory of revolution. Nyambose was a historian and cultural activist who believed this vital for social cohesion and for the forging of our common national identity as a people. He believed history was not merely a record of the past, but a guide for the present and future. Nyambose was also a progressive internationalist who advocated for Africa's full and genuine decolonization, as well as the independence and national self-determination for the peoples of Western Sahara and Palestine. He was keen to demonstrate how deeply our local struggles were interconnected with continental struggles against colonialism, as well as the global struggle for a new and better Africa in the world. And Nyambose was a theoretician who believed theory was a guide to action. And revolutionaries must be imbued with the theory of the struggle and society in which they lived, if they must know what is to be done. The heavy burden we have carried in our hearts and on our souls since the news of his passing has weighed heavily on our souls. How much heavier must it have been for his family, his children, and especially his soulmate, our dearest sister, Philisiwe. Your loss has been heavier than ours. We have now returned him to the land which shall now become his final place of abode. Blessed be the soil that will now embrace him in his bosom and be his final place of rest. The seasons pass, but that passing is not an erasure, but a memory held in the seed. The unexpected buoyant melody that finds you on a difficult morning must serve always as a reminder of his life. We say thank you, our dearest brother. Rest now, dear heart. Your stanza in our shared song is complete, and it was beautiful. But the song itself, it goes on. We will carry the melody for you. This is how a friend remains eternal. Your voice will echo in our memories. We wish your family God's strength and comfort. We trust that time will heal your deepest wounds. Nyambose, Dingswayo, Nkonyane, rest easy, brother. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Tomato Sirobe. Ndingumngane kaPhili, ndingumngane kaNathi. And I'm speaking on behalf of all of our friends, which are many. Sincere condolences to the family, the Mthethwa family and Buthelezi family. We see and hear your grief, and we are here to say we are with you in spirit and in body and everything. Nathi the family man, Nathi the politician, Nathi the husband, Nathi the loyal friend, is what my 3 minutes is going to try and do in such a short time. 2012, when Makotane was turning 100 years. For the people my age, you will know who Makotane is. For the young ones, I will send you on social media who Makotane is. She was turning 100 years because she was the same age as the ANC. And we decided to make this birthday for her, and in a very meaningful way. And we decided to combine it with the other stalwarts who were still there at the time. Omangadi Mengo, Mam Simang, Omam Betha, Omangobi, all of them, including Sonia's mother, Mrs. DeBrain, who's still with us today. We decided to make it such a meaningful birthday because we thought we were running out of time and with them. And we haven't told them how much we love them. And so we use this occasion of Makotane to actually show our gratitude to all of them. And of course, the women of that age, they were dressed to kill. And the only thing we were short of was, who is this handsome guy who must give them their birthday gifts? We didn't shop for long. We phoned Pili and said, only Nathi can do this. And he agreed in a short notice time, but in a Nathi way, he agreed with all the humility in the world. And so Nathi came. He did not only deliver gifts to these fine women, he actually gave us a quick history of the SACP and ANC in a birthday way, because Usam Kotane was both SACP and ANC. So he used that birthday to educate us, and we're always grateful for that. But there was a catch, because this was in 2012. Umakotana asked me, who is this beautiful lady with this gentleman? And I had to fudge the issues now. Hi, Makotane, sebelobolile, fiancé, all of those words. And the truth of the matter, Pili, it was not true. But then after that, a deal had to happen. And of course, it did happen. And we're always grateful for that. Then comes the wedding, which is the year later, 2013. Nathi, the politician, actually showed his might at this point. Pili's friends were split. We all know how ANC and COPE couldn't talk to each other. There was a war zone in every house, because others were ANC and others were COPE, and people were married or were splitting, or affairs were getting broken because of ANC and COPE. It was that tense. But Pili's friends were split because others are in business, others are in politics. It was all over the place. Nathi had a thick skin. He was not going to leave none of us outside. That wedding, Pili, was the biggest event I've ever seen, with ANC and COPE in one yard. And there was so much love. And we even wondered, why are these people fighting? But Nathi actually made sure that actually this is a farce. It's not possible that people can differ so much on issues of this matter. Fast forward, now Nathi is going to be made the ambassador to France, amongst the many things. And we were quite intrigued by how Pili, specifically being a corporate leader, decided to suspend her own profession and decided, I will be the wife this time. I will suspend everything for Nathi's career. Usifundisa umtshado Pili. Usifundisa wasibonisa umendo mntanasekhaya. Because it was always going to be explainable if you said, I have to stay at home and work, and I will keep coming to France, just closer to Yolandi Sisu. Don't ask me, whatever that is. It would have been understandable that you could do that, because we understood who you are in corporate life. But you decided to suspend your own career to go and support Nathi. What a beautiful decision. 2 years later, 2 years of bliss is what you had with him. 2 years of fun in a country that you love a lot. It was just that wonderful. But I shudder to think, if you chose the other option and this event happened and you were in South Africa, you wouldn't live with yourself, we wouldn't understand. And so I thank you very much for that tough decision you made of suspending your own career and be that wife that Nathi, the ambassador, actually needed. Nathi did more than being an ambassador. We all talk about this big investment conference that he did in France, and it was so large, President. It was so large. There is no big businessman in France who did not come to indulge the South African business. It was the biggest conference for Europe, as I understand it. And this is hardly 12 months ago. But the amount of happiness and joy by South Africans, the business people, was more than you could ever imagine. And we all think about just how happy Nathi was. But his real happiness was actually seeing himself having taken up the battle for South Africa as a final destination for investment capital decision. He was forcing the matters. He was pushing the boundaries as an ambassador for the country. So he did more than the diplomatic thing. He got deep into those relationships. And then the big thing about this accreditation, you see Nathi happy everywhere. The Monaco accreditation, the World War celebration a Saturday before all of this. We cannot visualize just how actually he could have ended up in 2 days' time being in this form. My baby sister, even though we don't know how you feel, but I can visualize that evening when you were running up and down that house, looking for Nathi everywhere in the house, all the floors, in the office, in the lounge, everywhere. And it turned out that Nathi is actually no more. But in a Nathi way, he gave his last line of march to your brother to be in Paris in time to look after you. And Sifiso, we have to thank you. On behalf of friends, we really, really appreciate that you could do what you did. You moved from being a PhD in monetary policy to being a PA of Pili. If you phoned Pili that time, he would answer the phones and did all of that. We really appreciate that. Grieving is personal. We cannot tell you how you do it. But as friends, Pili, we will fail you if I don't say this. Family traditions. Nathi was a very deep family person. The Mthethwa traditions were very important to him. Everything about his home was very important to him. And so what we will ask as friends is do all of that, which the Mthethwa family is asking you, especially this time, because these family traditions come from long, long time ago. You have got to embrace them. They will not harm you. We will be here, we will hold your hands. We will be with you all the way. The Mthethwa family will treat you as Nathi's wife long after he has gone. There are traditions and cultural things. They are going to expect you to come and be here and be Nathi's wife. As friends, we have to encourage you to do this. We also know the address now. We will come with you. Abantu bakaMthethwa, usekhona umfazi wenu, don't worry. Sikhona, we will make sure that she remains Mrs. Mthethwa. With that, I really want to express our sincere condolences. And Pili, your friends are with you all the way. And the Buthelezi family and the Mthethwa family, we will follow your instructions, we will follow your direction, because Phili is our friend. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu ku Miss Gloria Serobe. That is how she's known professionally and in the business circles. Some of us who spent time with her at Alentela residence, as well to Comrade Tomato. And I've seen some of the colleagues who come from that residence, Alentela residence in Wentworth. They will tell you a long story how she was ended up called Comrade Tomato. We thank you also for the comments that you've made on behalf of the family. Ushenge funa kusesula pha nekhona. Nehlel khona. We would like to thank this gentleman who's coming here. The eldest son, Kamama Mashandu Nobabu Telis, for receiving a very painful call while in the country from Paris, and had to jump in at such a short notice. We thank you very much, Fiso, for what you did to Phili, because we don't know whether Phili would be, how she would have been if you did not jump the next day to go to Paris. In any event, in thanking you, they say you don't thank a fish for swimming. Being the eldest son, Mama no Baba Mashandu, there was no way you could have delegated this to Abo Kanyiso, Abo Kulegani, Abo Zama, and Abo Malusi. You had to take this baton and move on. Thank you very much. Come on behalf of the family and give your tribute, Sheng.
Ngibonge Tinangu, ngibonge Khuzeni, ngibingelele umongameli nabahambisana naye nesekela likamongameli. Ngikhuleke enkosini yakaMthethwa, Nyambosa, nesizwe sonke sabaMthethwa. Thina bakaButhelezi silana siholwa inkosi yethu, inkosi uZuzifa Buthelezi, nenduna zonke ahamba nazo. Ngibingelele nomafungwase wakwaphinda ngene udadewethu uphumzile. Sengizo recognize a protocol which was established by Ukhuzini. Ngingamshiyi undunankulu wesifunda Mphemba, siyabonga ukuthi usemukele. Sibonile wehla wenyuka ubheke lapha kwaphoqa ukhalo. On Monday, the 29th of February, around 2300 hours, PDCW phoned us reporting that Nathi had not returned home and his mobile phone was off, and said that was very uncharacteristic of him. Indeed it was. The following day, the 30th, the news that Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa was no more was confirmed. From that day, Phili's world was turned upside down. As I said today, we should be grateful to Nathi to leave an indelible mark in this world. His entire life was about other people. He served the people of this country until the last day. He died with his boots on. We want to thank everyone, his comrades, colleagues, and literally all of you for making Nathi who he was. Allow me, program directors, to thank the President of South Africa for reaching out to PDCW the very first day on which the tragedy occurred. He also reached out to Babu Mthethwa eBakalela. Nami wangithinta umongameli engikhalela ngokushiya umkhwenyana wethu. Uma sikhuluma nomongameli wathi kimi uhulumeni waseNingizimu Afrika uzokwenza konke okusemandleni ukusizana nomndeni ukubuyisa uNathi. Wasebusisa uhambo lwami lwaphesheya. Lokho kwenzekile, amashenge nonyambose bayabonga. We thank the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, and his family for the comforting calls to PDCW in the hour of need. We also thank Moses Tembe, Mzala, nezinyani lesilo, abehla benyuka Honorable Lamula, his deputy Alvin Potes, DECO staff in general, and in particular Ambassador Modlomo, Dr. Mchwaha, and the embassy staff for the humane way they dealt with us in the hour of need, when trying to repatriate the mortal remains of Pilisiwe's husband, Ambassador Mthethwa. We thank the leadership of different political parties, ministers and deputy ministers who visited KwaPoqokalo, that Nathi's residence. The NEC and PTT of the ANC led by Comrade Fikile Mbalula, the Secretary General of the ANC and Comrade Jeff Hadebe, respectively, the organization that Nathi lived for. Throughout our stay in Paris, working through the labyrinth of laws and regulations in France, there are patriots who were checking us on a daily basis, which included Dr. Matthew Sposa, Comrade Sboniso Duma, Comrade Gloria Serobe, Usindi Koyane was wayifikela nabanye abaningi. Siyabonga nikwenze nakwabanye. Inkosi yakithi umntwana uzuzifa Buthelezi noma fungaswa kwaphinda ngene umntwana uphumzile nesizwe sonke saButhelezi nazo bazifikela emagcekeni akaMthethwa lapho bendisa khona udade wabo bezokhalela odingiswayo sibonge nenkosi yonyamboza. I would particularly like to thank the Premier of our province, Honorable Tamintuli, who also led the executive committee to KwaMthethwa. Siyazibongela Mphemba nikwenze nakwabanye. Ikomiti lika ANC wesifunde ebelungisela umsebenzi omkhulu liholwa uComrade Nhlakanipho Ntombela lenze omkhulu umsebenzi lulungisela lolu suku. Ngibonge futhi umfowethu uSiboniso Duma nabebambisene nabo kuhulumeni ukuthi lolu suku lube yilento esikhona. Siyabonga Mthembeni. You would have realized that all what I'm doing today is just to thank you, because that has been very important what you did to us in the past 2 weeks. What happened in these 2 weeks defined Nathi. Nathi loved our people unconditionally, irrespective of a political party they belonged to. He understood that what ties us together is more than the different colors of our organizations. He understood that to successfully defeat hunger, poverty, unemployment, and inequality, we need a united people. Together we are stronger. If we want to pay tribute to this son of the soil, we have to close the ranks, especially those of us who represent the poorest of the poor, the economically marginalized, the destitute, and those who are landless. Nathi was no longer a brother-in-law to the Buthelezis. He was their son, their brother, and their uncle. From the time they tied the knot at Ali Blue in French Hook, these two became inseparable lovebirds. They lived a dream life. They enjoyed the company of each other as if there was no tomorrow. Siyazibongela Nyambosi ngokusiphathela iqanda likababa noMashandu. Nawe waqhubeka waliphatha ngobunono kwaze kwaba sekugcineni. Nami mfowethu ungishiye nesikhulu isizungu. I was reminiscing about our stay in Cape Town, thinking about our tomato sauce and our mayonnaise. Ngiyakuzwa mfethu usuthi code wesheng, I guess he's sticking our mayonnaise and tomato sauce. He loved his mayonnaise and I loved my tomato sauce. Unfortunately, Pilisiwe and Tandega, my wife, did not allow us to eat them. But when we were in Cape Town, we were low unto ourselves. Miss you, my brother, my comrade, already. I know wherever you are, we are still fighting for our total liberation. Bringing back Nathi was not easy. The fluence of your wife, Pilisiwe, the recipient, the fluence of your wife, Pilisiwe in French, the recipient of the order, Chevalier de Legion d'Honneur, which was bestowed to Pilisiwe by the President of France, President Hollande.
really helped us. You can imagine how it feels to go around without understanding what is happening. So I realized there that not understanding each other's one's language doesn't mean that one is literate. Because that's what we usually do when people can't speak English. Bese hayi abafundanga. Ngizibonile nami lapho ukuthi hey kunzima. I must thank Professor Otinqumalo Nomamchichi for having allowed or told their son to join me as I was going to Paris. Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, I'm happy to report that the mission you gave us, the mission to repatriate the remains of this patriot, Emmanuel Nathi Mthethwa, so that he can be united with his forefathers, be united with his heroes, Shaka, Sekhukhune, Oliver Tambo, Harry Gwala, Nelson Mandela, has been accomplished. He landed in South Africa on Friday, the 10th of October. Unfortunately, he came back in a casket that buried people like Napoleon Bonaparte and other generals in France. This is a general. So when she said she likes this, and after having listened to the history, what people have said here does indicate to us that indeed Comrade Nathi was a general. Ngiyabonga.
Oliver Tambo ba bisandla sa Oliver Tambo ba besandla sa Oliver Tambo ba besandla sa Oliver Tambo ba Jose Bambo ngasiyekele ba besandla Ebunzimele ba Esandla sami besandla sa Oliver Tambo. Okay. When it is time for refreshments, we'll start with that tent because that tent is doing very well. And then we'll decide between these two tents which one is number 2. But this tent will be number 1 when it comes to refreshments. May I also indicate that at the back of this tent on my right, there are condolence books. Condolence books, because not all of us will find the time to be on the mic or see the family, but both bese beyihlalela umndeni wakaMthethwa babonta nawe waduduza akhona amabhuku lapha ezansi ungasume nje uyobhala khona umyalezo. Ngizocela ke umndeni wakaMthethwa usondele la embhobweni ulidwa ubaba uLayasi Mthethwa. Siyabonga baba nibe khona lapha yana isonto lonke nimukela yonke inginginya yabakade bezile bezonduduza. Ngizocela ke uze nabo bonke okhulekani nomunye unyambosi bazoba bathathu bazohlephulelana kule ndawo yokukhuluma nokubeka konyambose. Sondela baba sondela embhobweni ubaqalele bazokulandela ke okhulekani naba besondela. Dingiswayo.
Ngibonge kubaphathi bohlelo obaba uKhuzeni nobaba uDinangwe. Angilithathe leli thuba loku bingelela umengameli wezwe ehamba nesekela lakhe ngoba njengoba belapha noma kubanda sigodola kodwa sifudumele ngabo. Ngebingelele amakhosi onke akhona eholwa inkosi yakithi kwaMthethwa nenkosi yakwaButhelezi. Ngiyafisa ukuba nje ngingakabeki amagama amabili Bese ngidedela abanye abafowethu abathethwa. Ngifisa ukuqala ngokuba ngibhekise koShenge Obuthelezi. Ngibonge kakhulu ngomsebenzi ongaka owenziwe uNdlunkulu wethu ophilisiwe uMabuthelezi okuyena othe noma ehlelwa isehlo esikhulu kangaka kodwa wakwazi ukuxhumana nekhaya nangokuthinta umfowabo okade la uDr Buthelezi kuze kube umzimba kaNathi uyafika la njengoba namhlanje siyakombeka endlini yakhe yokugcina. Siyabathethwa siyafisa ukuba sikuzwakalise lokhu nikhona nina bakwaButhelezi ukuthi siyabonga siyabonga siyabonga. Si umndeni wakwaMthethwa angazi ngingabuza nje kakhulukazi hayi kuphela kithi sonke kodwa kakhulukazi kulaba benhlabathi yakithi kwaMthethwa ukuthi bake bawubona nini umngcwabo walolu hlobo nalo size ongaka. Siyafisa ukuba sibonge ngoba uma singembize uNathi ngeqhawe mhlambe kungadinga kuvele omunye akasichazele ukuthi iqhawe into enjani. Ngiyacabanga kakhulu ukuthi lokhu kwenzeka emakhosini mhlawumbe adlule amanye esingewazi kodwa thina sesimfanisa neqhawe lethu elake labusa lelizwe eliyinkosi uGodongwane Woyengo inkosi uDingiswayo. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi kule nhlabathi yakithi kuvele umuntu onjengoNathi. uNathi siyazibonela ukuthi ubemkhulu kangakanani ngokomsebenzi abewuphathisiwe kodwa futhi siyazi ukuthi emehlweni ethu naphambi kwethu ubemncane kangakanani. Bengaziphakamisile ubezehlisile ubelwa ngaso sonke isikhathi ukuba bumbe ahlanganise umndeni wakhe. Siyabonga ukuthi namhlanje uMabuthelezi useye wasithatha wayiwina indondo yokuthi abayibopha mhlabe bopha ifindo ukuthi sesiyohlukaniswa ukufa. Hlalile lapha noNathi sekuze kwafika izinsuku zokuba uNathi ahambe. SiyabakwaMthethwa sisayivulile isandla ekhaya ukuba azizwe esekhaya noma umyeni wakhe engasekho kodwa inhlabathi la eyobekwa khona ahlale ayibusise ngezikhathi zonke uMabuthelezi. uNathi ngezikhathi ezithile noma bengahlali la bekuthi mayefikile kukhona mhlambe ubumnandi obukhona afise ukuhlanganisa yonke imizi yakwabo. Imizi yakwabo mningi yena uqobo lwakhe ungowakwaPhoqa umuzi wakwabo wakwaphoqa. Kunemizike okuthi ma ikhaya likhula ibisiphuma kukhona umuzi waseyintandaneni umuzi wakubo kukhona umuzi wasekwandeni noma ngeke ngibale yonke kukhona umuzi wasenkeni kukhona umuzi wakwaNduku kukhona umuzi wakwaGcoba kukhona umuzi wasesikhupheni, kukhona umuzi wakwaqunga isibindi, neminye imizi engeyakwabo obekuthi uma efikile ajabulela ukuba kuhlalwe phansi nje kuxoxwe. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi noma singajabulanga ngendlela asishiye ngayo, sibona ukuthi ithuba belingakafiki, kodwa siwumndeni siyakwemukela ukuthi usehambile, siyamdedela, siyacela ukuba ahambe kahle indlela yakhe yonke ibe ngekhanyayo. Thina njengomndeni sikwenzile konke okuwusiko okwenziwayo uma umuntu omunye wenu wamalungu omndeni uhambe kanje. Sikuzamile konke nangokukholwa sakwenza ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi simdlulise ngendlela efanele ngoba uhambe ngendlela engajwayelekile. Siyacela ke ukuba kuleli thuba sicele ukuba amaqhawe omafavuko njengedangabane osombangela kandaba usombangelo ngasoze atshelwe indaba, lo uyatshelwa indaba ugijimele ehawini, bamhlangabeze behamaqhawe alenhlabathi, athi uma efika kwaziwa ukuthi kufika iqhawe. Ngiyabonga.
Angibingelele kubaphathi bohlelo ukhuzeni noDinangwe, ngibingelele kubaba umongameli uSiril Ramaphosa nesekela lakhe uPaul Mashatile, ngibingelele inkosi yakwaMthethwa nezinduna zayo ezikhona Mthethwa, ngibingelele inkosi yakwaButhelezi nezinduna zayo ehamba nazo Shenge, namakhosi akhona phakathi kwethu. Ngiyakhuleka angizothatha indimende, ngizothatha indima lena ebebuhlungu lapho sekufanele ukuthi umndeni ujube mina ukuthi mangihambe ngiyolanda ithambo likandodana. Noma kwakukhona ukuthi ngihamba ngemlenze emithathu, bathi kulungile ngihambe ngayo imilenze emithathu. Into eyangiphethe kabi ukuthi ngabe umalokozana ngizomthola enjani kulesa simo ngoba ngabantu laba abebengahlukani. Engithe uma ngifika ke lapha ke noma baba umongameli ngikusho lokho, ithimba lakho okuyilona besisebenza nalo lisebenze kahle kakhulu. Ngani ngoba ngathi sekuthe izinto zingafuni ukuqonda, bebuza into eyodwa njena kunombuzo bamongameli engangakwazi ukuphendula. AbaseFrance beyobuza bethi kutheni Mthethwa wafika ngo7 kodwa ntambama futhi usufuna ukuhamba, ubuza okwenzani? Kwasithiwa ake ngithi ukuhlala ngapha mbijana ke beyichazwe le ndaba leyo ukuthi wafika ekuseni wahamba ntambama. Cha, owawubathumile umongameli bafika ke bayichaza indaba, base kuthiwa cha angisondeleke lapho kulele khona okunethambo khona likandodana. Kwaba umzuzu onzima bamongameli uma sengifika kule ndawo lena, cha ngayibona yonke Mthethwa ngoba bamongameli ngoba kwakufanele ngiyibone yonke lena sasiyibona ku TV. Cha bangifikisa khona sinoshenge, kwaba umzuzu onzima lowo, sehluleka kuyibamba. Ngakhala ngimdala, angikwasanga umela isimo, kodwa siyabonga ukuthi kuze kube manjena umolokazana usakwazi ukuma ngeenyawo. Ngafike ngambonga ngathi ukuba ubengekho ingabe ithambo lokwaMthethwa asilitholanga. Siyabonga Shenge, sisekhona kuwena. Undodana washiwa abazali bakhe saba naye, yini engasivimba ukuthi sikugone uhlale kwaMthethwa ngoba besahleli kahle. uNkulunkulu kuphela othatha umyeni wakho. Ngiyabonga.
Ngibingelele umengameli nabo bonke izikhulu ezikhona namakhosi akithi kwaMthethwa nenkosi yakwaButhelezi. Ithi angikhuleke undodana womfowethu lo angazi ukuthi singathini sisemanzini ngothando lwakhe besithanda ngalo benomakoti wakhe umashenge besasi singabathetho incebe efikile undodana bebesibiza siyodla kuyena besihlanganisa umndeni kuhlungu khona amandla kasinawo kodwa ke sesimi isibindi ngoba sekufike zonke izikhulu kahulumeni nokusiphatha kahle zisiphathe kahle kunomfana abebesinike yena wakwamhlongo siye samcelele izikhulwini ukuthi abamkhuphule esikhundleni ngendlela ebesiphethe ngayo simcelela impela ezikhulwini ukuthi hayi ngathi angakethe ukukhuphuka kancane ngendlela yothando olukhiphe kuthina singabakwamthethwa sisemanzini ithi ke mashenge akukho kokuvelela sikhona singabathetho siyokusingatha noma undodana engasekho ngendlela ubusiphethe ngayo singobaba bakho busihlonipha usinike indawo yethu undodana akukho bengangenzeli khona ngikhona nje bazi ukuthi ncefikile ase noma yini into okugqoka noma yini azonika ethi baba nakho namhlanje sisemanzini kodwa sizoduduza umashenge ekhona phakathi komndeni ithi angibonge ngoba nje umakoti bese engiphusha uthi baba hamba uyophefumula nawe ngithi angibonge kwabakhulu
ngibingelele umongameli ngibingelele usekela mongameli ngibingelele amalungu eParliament akhona ngibingelele bonke ubuholi buka national obukhona ngibingelele ubuholi basifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal ubuholi obaba uThamsanqa Ntuli ngibingelele ubuholi baseMusa Dladla ngibingelele ubuholi belocal ngibingelele abathethwa bonke abakhona phakathi kwethu ngithi sanibonani bathethwa ngicela nje ukudlulisa okubili ngifisa ukukhalela umndeni wakithi kwaMthethwa ngesehle sisehlele isehle sisehlele sisijumile ngendlela okwenzeke ngakhona ngithi bathethwa asiqineni noma kunzima kunje kodwa siqine ngoba intando kaNkuluNkulu isiyenzekile akukho besingakwenza uma uNkulunkulu besevumile ukuthi umfowethu akahambe emhlabeni ngiphinde futhi ngibonge eqembini lakhe leANC ngibonga kusukela kupresident ukuze kuzofika ekugcineni nami ngifisa ukubonga ithimba lika Baba uDuma elibe nathi kulomzuzu obunzima kodwa likwazile ukufika lisenze sithobe singanaki kakhulu ukuthi sisesimene esinje ngithi bahola into eniyenze kithi niyenze nakwabanye nami ngiyagcizelela kumfoko kaMhlongo osekela nobhala kwidistrict ukuthi hayi khona umholi umhlongo usenze sa understanda yonke into ebesingayi understand mongameli si understande nezinto ebesingazazi kodwa ngokuba khona kaMhlongo phakathi kwethu usenze siqonde ukuthi kuyini ukulungiselela lolu suku lwanamhlanje ngithi bathethwa asilale ngenxeba ngiyathokoza
mongameli ubuholi beprovince ka-African National Congress uholo ubaba uJeff Hadebe buye ikhathi eziningi laphayana kwaNyambose baze futhi kwafika nomholi wethu SG Comrade Ufile Mbalula le ndaba kaMhlongo ilokhu ivele njalo amakhehla akakhulumayo manje ke ekhaya kuye kuthiwe mise kukhuluma amakhehla kuye kuzwakala manje angazi ke mongameli ukuthi ke uyikhuphula kanjani ikhulu noma futhi ke sebemobilizele ama branch ngoba uzobona mongameli noma uwena ozokwenza noma ama branch azokwenza na Sizocela ke ngaphambili kusondele abanqobi ngesikhathi beperforma ngokucela abantwana baka mfowethu Nathi basondele nabo bazosebenza belidwa umkhululi. Banqobi ngelana stage umuntu munye ngenxa yokuthi ke sifuna kusheshe uhlelo lwethu. Inhlangano abantwana laba basuka KwaZulu-Natal eThekwini abazosipha umucu owodwa. Mhlambe wephiwe umhlongo ake uyiveze nje ngoba uyakwazi uSG uyobingelela umongameli ngale ngaphakathi.
Two. 1 2 1 2. Yeah.
1 2 1 2. That's it.
2.
Yeah. Ishi.
1
2.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
1
Ake sithi likuti kaya ikaya lami lisemasulwini athi likuti kaya
ikaya
Chino, simbonile simbonile uthi hey abanye abakhona yebo
babonakale ngokungiphuca umbhobho ukuthi kukhula beza nakho. Siyabonga kakhulu kubanqobi. Ukunilekelela nje bantu abasingqungileyo uzosiduduza. Le nsizwa zabanqobi kade ngixoxa nazo ngale zimbili kuphela seyiganiwe. Engaganiwe ke ngizonipha nina minti obani abangaganiwe kulaba abangaphi sicula kahle kanje. Mkhululi oza mkhululi nengane zakwenu nizokhuluma ngobaba wenu.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile. A special greeting to my mother, Mabtelezi, as well as a special greeting to those who rushed in the middle of the hour to be by my mother's side when the news broke of my father's passing. Dr. Sfiso Buthelezi, I thank you for rushing to her side at her time of need. Nqumalu, my brother, you could have been anywhere else, but you decided to be with us in that moment. And later, Ncebo Buthelezi, who also joined us during that difficult period of trying to repatriate my father. I'm here with my brother, Nkosinathi Mthethwa, who comes after me. My sisters, unfortunately, their legs are still heavy. I'll just say a few words about my father. Where does one begin to bid farewell to you, Nyambos? A person who was so much more than the title of being a father. In times of loss and misdirection, you are our compass, a fountain for those who seek the thirst of knowledge, a shelter from the storm, and at times, the storm itself. How can I possibly try to articulate your deeds or the experience of being born of a giant? My father was a man of virtue, integrity, courage, and brute honesty. As your children, we know and understand that you did all you could and all that you saw fit to prepare us for the realities of this world. perhaps the reality that brings us here today might be the one lesson we have missed. You challenged each and every one of your children to lead their own lives and to be masters of their destinies, to never shy away from doing what's right, even when it's unpopular. You taught to treat everyone with respect and demand respect likewise. These lessons that you have left us are rooted in who we are as a people and as a family, Mthethwa, in particular, Kapoqa, Kamashainyoni. Our identity is grounded in humility, strength, pride, in being true to ourselves. These are the values that my father embodied. A pillar of wisdom, attentive listener, and a person whose presence filled the room, just like his laughter and his voice. I will personally miss our conversations about the walk of life, about the trials and triumphs of becoming a man, the importance of legacy, the importance of our family. These words will continue to live within us as your children. The matrimonial union between my father and Mabthelezi, Umampili, has united two equally dignified families into one powerful force of goodwill, ubuntu, and unity. It is this spirit of unity between the Buthelezis and the Mthethwa families that has brought my father home. It was a difficult and long journey just to get him back home, but through the families being united, we were able to do so. Ngamafishane, ukubambisana kwemndeni yethu so nyamba wasenoshenge ikona okwenza ukuthi siphumelele ekubuyiseni ubaba lapha ekhaya. As I close, hamba kahle Mthethwa. You have been a shining example to your children, your grandchildren, the community, our nation, and the world at large. Hamba kahle Nkonyane. Mthethwa. 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 Mthethwa.
Hey, wabeka kahle ndodana ngobaba wakho on behalf of the siblings mazi na duduza nakhuluma kahle ngoma Thelezi baba wakho. For your own information, Thelezi, for some reason, uPhilisiwe was the favorite of Baba lapha ekhaya. Namadodakazi amathathu baba wayiqokela le ndodakazi nje uthi bavuka bonke bayosebenza abize indodakazi bahlale phansi baxoxe indaba. Benothando olukhulu abazali bakho uPhilisiwe. So this message yakhe ezayo ngimema udadewethu unolitha keze ngaphambili. It is also to strengthen that no baba nabekhona no ma, they also want to give you your support for being their best child in the family. Kukhona ukhiyo lahlekile lana ozongazi ukuthi kodwa kanjani imoto yakhe eyiFord uzochaza ukuthi ubhala ukuthini kodwa imoto eyiFord mhlambe ngabe akade beza la bawushiya la no akubona uwe somewhere else waxoshwa lo key. Anybody who has got a lost key, it's a Ford car, but there's something written on it, you must actually describe what is on that, written on that key, so that I can allow you. For now, let me allow Ms. Fagute to come and give message, read the message on behalf of Udadewethu Philisiwe Maptelezi ngomyeni wakhe.
Siyabonga. I am reading this tribute from Phili to Nathi, which is farewell tribute to my beloved husband. Firstly, Phili says, let me begin by acknowledging the presence of His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, members of Cabinet, and all distinguished guests who have joined us today in honor and celebration of a remarkable life. Your presence brings great comfort. Standwa Sam, 17 years ago, we walked together in the sunlight of love. Our hearts entwined, soaked in a magic that words could never fully hold. With you, life became a song, each note more radiant than the last. Each day, a dance of laughter and devotion. You are my king, my protector, my joy. In your eyes, I saw the constellations. In your embrace, I felt eternity. And now, with one cruel stroke, death has stolen you away, tearing the fabric of our bliss, leaving me with silence where there was once melody. You were a lion of the struggle, fearless and unyielding, carrying the hope of freedom on your shoulders. You braved the shadows of danger so that light might dawn for our nation. With honor, integrity, and unshakable devotion, you served not only our glorious movement, but a nation dispossessed by and longing for liberation. Your fondness for the people never dimmed. Your quest for dignity never faltered. You gave of yourself wholly, certain that the seeds you planted would bloom for generations to come. Phili further says, together, we shared the dream of making your diplomatic vocation a memorable success. Following the breakthrough at the France-South Africa Investment Conference in May this year, where we were deeply honored by the support and presence of Deputy President Paul Mashatile, alongside several cabinet and deputy ministers. I also wish to acknowledge the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Alvin Bottas, whose tireless commitment and unwavering support helped bring this mission to life. With that momentum, your sights were set on the Trade and Investment Roundtable with Monaco. Among the many distinctions I deeply admired, that's what Phili says, in you, was your embodiment of servant leadership. Your distinctive and instinctive inclination to place yourself last and others first. Equally inspiring was your abiding quest for the patriotic dividend. Your steadfast belief that every pursuit must ultimately serve the people. I saw how your heart achieved, and rather, I saw how your heart ached when the ANC faced the peril of disunity, for unity to you was sacred, the very soul of the movement we cherished so dearly. At home, you were no less a hero. You wrapped my family in your boundless heart, making space for us all, nurturing us with patience and tenderness. Your love was a garden in which I flourished. Your presence, a fortress that kept every storm at bay. Together, we built a world of warmth, and in that universe, I earned and learned the truest meaning of love. Now my heart is torn, bleeding with grief, broken by anguish, bruised by the agony of your final hour. The universe feels empty, the air heavy with your absence. I cannot ask God why, for love this great can never be explained nor measured by time. I ask only that He cradles you gently, that He keeps you close until the day I may be in your midst again. You are my sunshine, my eternal flame, and though death has hidden you from my eyes, nothing can quench the fire you lit in my soul. So go well, my beloved. Rest now, my king, my comrade, my eternal love, my commander-in-chief. Your spirit lives in me, and your light will burn bright across the horizon of my life until eternity calls me to your side. Stand Sam. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Ms. Fakude for reading a message kaMabuthelezi uphilisiwe Mabuthelezi Mthethwa kulomcimbi wa obunzima kangaka. Ake ngiqedele la kulomntwana la osizayo ulandiwe Mndaba ilwana manje oyena osenzele sign language usizana nohlonishwa Nyembezi. Siyabonga kakhulu abantwana benza umsebenzi omhle kangaka basilela ngawo. Sinokhuzeni lana siyavumelana ukuthi mhlamba ke silitry once more leli tende engathi liya supporta ngokuthi mebengabezokuza embhobhweni la kodwa bazama ukucula badance ngaphambi bafake umama uhlengiwe nokuza kaMongameli ukhuzeli uzokathi kusinyakazisa Comrade Nathi awulale ngoxolo Comrade Nathi awulale ngoxolo Qabane Hakutyalu zabalaza Hakutyalu zabalaza
Awulale ngoxolo owenyambuse awulale ngoxolo awenyambuse awulale ngoxolo command Mandla! Viva Comrade Nathi, viva! Viva and long live the spirit of Nathi Mthethwa, long live! Yona yindele ndlela yindele ndlela yindele ndlela yindele ndlela yona ifuna yona ifuna uthambo yinde lendlela yinde lendlela yinde lendlela yinde lendlela yona ifuna abalungileyo yona ifuna abalungileyo awuyinde lendlela yinde lendlela yinde lendlela yinde lendlela yona ifuna abalungileyo yona ifuna abalungileyo yinde lendlela yinde lendlela ayinde lendlela ayinde lendlela yona ifuna abalungileyo aw yona ifuna abalungileyo thambo yinde lendlela wethambo yinde lendlela awuthambo yinde lendlela awuthambo yinde lendlela yona ifuna abalungileyo yona ifuna abalungileyo yambose yinde lendlela yambose yinde lendlela yambose yinde lendlela yambose yinde lendlela yona ifuna eyo yona ifuna abalungi manda sizothethela dadewethu hlengiwe emhlaba aqhubekela engcine khona hlengiwe emhlaba
Ithemba, ithemba lami ke. Ithemba lami lona. Onyuka ngalo. Ithemba, ithemba lami lona. It's Wasabonga. Ay baba. Shoot. Ay baba. Ichamba lamina. Chamba lamina. Hey, Onyuga na lo. Isengingene.
sibuyele emuva kuyena osolayo olayo kuyena osolayo yamazi belosi osiyamazi baba wazo yamazi belosi That was Comrade Nathi Mthethwa, an all-rounder, a great revolutionary, very firm, part of that generation that responded to OR's call to render South Africa ungovernable and the apartheid system unworkable. The generation ga Peter Mkaba, the generation ga Ephraim Kwe, Norman Mashabane, Isaiah Changa, Seboni Nene, and Vusi Mzimela. Comrade President, here we are at this moment where we celebrate the life and struggle of Comrade Nathi Mthethwa. Indeed, his friends have spoken, his family and relatives have shared their part. We are at that moment where we will have a last respect in a form of the address by the President of our Republic, summing up the life and struggle of Comrade Nathi, who dedicated his entire life to the ANC. Let us stand up and welcome the President as he comes to address us at this sober moment. The President is known to all of us and has been in the struggle since he was a student. The struggle as a trade unionist, but worked with Nathi as the Secretary General of the ANC, the first Secretary General of the ANC after the unbanning. Work on ensuring the transition of this country to a democratic state, and work with Comrade Nathi in government. Let us allow the President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, to speak to us. Amandla!
Program directors, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, usisi wethu esizila naye Philile Mthethwa, the Mthethwa family, the Buthelezi family, ubukhosi bukaMthethwa, ubukhosi bukaButhelezi, the leadership that is gathered here, firstly extending my greetings and my gratitude to the Premier of our province here in KZN, Ubaba Ntuli, cabinet ministers and deputy ministers, other premiers who are here present, the mayors of our various municipalities, members of parliament, the leadership of the African National Congress, the organization that the person that we are here about belong to, the Secretary General Fikile Mbalula, and Deputy Secretary General Nomvula Mukonyane, and other officials of the African National Congress, and the leadership of other political parties that are here present, the IFP in particular. Abefundisi abakhona lapha phakathi kwethu nabo ngiyababingelela. Ngiphinde ngibingelele ngibonge futhi ubuholi bamaphoyisa uGeneral Musikidi and those that she leads in making this official funeral so dignified. And greetings to all people who are here. I extend my greetings to everyone. Mangithi ke ku mndeni wakaMthethwa kakhulu laba abeme lapha bethi babonga umsebenzi oyenziwe uhulumeni baphinde futhi babeke ne proposal ukuthi lo kaMhlongo akhutshulwe abashongo ukuthi anikwe AP position. Kodwa ke mina no Deputy President sihlezi lapha bese silinde ukuthi uzawuvela lo wakaMhlongo ukuthi azothola le promotion. Azange asavela ke. I promotion izawunikwa laba bebegida lapha. Ibona bazothola I promotion yena sizobheka I application yakhe. Nina bakadingiswayo. We are here to mourn with you. We gather here today in mourning, but we also gather in gratitude to honor the life of a remarkable leader, someone whose courage, someone whose conviction and compassion helped to steer our nation towards freedom and justice. Comrade Nkosinathi Mthethwa has been taken away from us unexpectedly. Yet in the echoes of his deeds, in the memories that we share of him, and in the many lives that he touched, his spirit endures, as does the many lessons we must learn from his illustrious life. The man that we are laying to rest today was an unapologetic activist, as was clearly stated in his obituary. From the earliest days of his activism, Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa refused to accept the injustice of apartheid. Faced with laws that sought to divide, to demean, and to destroy, he responded not with resignation. He responded not with cowardice, but with resolve. Whether organizing workers at the Just Jews factory in KZN here, organizing underground meetings, mobilizing young people, offering comfort where there was despair, or organizing for peaceful resistance, Comrade Nathi placed himself always on the front lines, not because he sought glory or popularity, but because he believed in the correctness of our struggle against apartheid, because he believed in freedom and the dignity of every person. For him, living a life of activism was not just about protest. It was about purpose. It was about committing yourself to something larger than personal comfort. It was about justice, equality, dignity, freedom. It was about refusing to accept the world as it is and working every day to build the world as it should be. A life of activism is not an easy life. Those who are activists will testify to this. It is often uncomfortable, even dangerous, but it is also deeply human. In essence, the doctrine of activism is, even if I don't benefit, I will fight for others to be free and to benefit. Even if I am afraid, but I will not be silent. Even if I fall, the struggle will go on. That is the doctrine that Comrade Nathi Mthethwa abided by as an activist. That kind of approach to activism is simply powerful. That kind of life is also meaningful. That kind of activism changes the world. Comrade Nathi knew from an early age that the path of activism that he had chosen was a difficult one, and that it would involve sacrifice, that he would pay a price for being an activist. And in his case, the price was dismissal from the factory that he worked for, because he was an activist, organizing workers, gaining recognition for the Food and Allied Workers Union, which was not recognized, because he was a shop steward. That sacrifice would lead to a loss of income, which it did. But perhaps it could also lead to exile, perhaps even arrest. Perhaps the heartbreak of seeing comrades fall, families torn apart, and hopes threatened. Yet even in adversity, Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa remained steadfast. He was a beacon to many, teaching us that freedom is never free, that resistance sometimes demands sacrifice, but that our highest obligation is to keep faith with the promise that yes, freedom will come one day. To Comrade Nathi Mthethwa's family, we know that this loss is deeply personal for you. As my sister Tomato Sirobe was saying, grieving is always personal. And nobody can ever go through it for you. So we know that you feel it personally at this time. We recognize the many private sacrifices that you as a family, the Mthethwa family, as well as the Buthelezi family, that you have had to make so that Comrade Nathi could carry the duties that he had to carry. Today we share that grief with you. Not only us gathered here, but across the nation. We stand with you in sorrow, but also in pride of a life well lived, a life lived with integrity, and a life that was lived as though it was a mission that was bigger than any single person, but which needed people like uNyambose to bring into being. Today, as we say goodbye, let us not simply mourn. Let us be resolute. Let us honor Nathi Mthethwa's memory by renewing our own commitment, by ensuring that the freedoms that he fought for and worked for are protected and are advanced, by confronting inequality and poverty where it still exists, and exist it does, by raising our voices for those who are voiceless. Let us live up to the ideals that inspired Nathi Mthethwa to fight for equality, for justice, for compassion, and for unity. Much as we are here to accompany Ambassador Mthethwa on his final journey, more importantly, we are here to return Nathi's soul to his community, to the Mthethwa community, which gave him its blessings to leave and to join the struggle for the liberation of our people. He joined the struggle in the early 80s when he was barely a teenager. Yet, that youthful courage and that commitment saw him rise through the ranks to take up positions of leadership in the broader liberation movement. Following his brave role as a shop steward in the food industry and as an underground activist, he was recruited and became involved in the dangerous and high-stakes President Oliver Tambo initiated Operation Vula. This was a signal of the confidence and the trust that his comrades had in him. Operation Vula, which occurred and really ignited the determination of our people on the eve of the unbanning of our organization, was a very special operation. Only hand-picked people could be chosen for that operation. Led by Comrade Oliver Tambo himself, known to only a few comrades, Joe Slovo, Mac Maharaj, Joe Mudise, and a few others. But Comrade Nathi was one of the very few who was chosen to be part of this very high-stakes operation. It was a sign of his political maturity and his courage. He was of a generation that came of age as our democracy was about to dawn. It was a generation of young lions. Comrade Malusi Gigaba, Comrade Fikile Mbalula, and others were part of that generation. Young lions that saw the end of apartheid and ushered in a new era of freedom and justice. Like our democracy, this generation was young. They were hopeful. They were full of vigor and purpose. And they still are full of vigor and purpose. And at that young age, they shouldered many of the burdens of building a new South Africa and a new nation. Following the unbanning of the ANC, Comrade Nathi carried his commitment forward into what would become a lifetime of leadership. He rose through the ranks of the ANC Youth League from regional secretary to national executive roles. He took on responsibilities as a branch secretary in Klaarwater, as regional secretary, then working on national organizing. He became a member of parliament, and from there, he took up positions of ever greater responsibility. Chief Whip of the ANC, chair of a parliamentary committee, Minister of Police, then Minister of Arts and Culture and Sports. He served in cabinet for about 15 years in various portfolios that carried great weight in the lives of our people: safety and security, policing, culture, sports, and heritage. He saw public service not just as a position of power, but as a duty. He believed that government must serve, it must uplift, it must protect, and it must heal. As government, as his political home, the African National Congress, and the broader liberation movement, we thank the Mthethwa family for your sacrifice in supporting Nathi as a young activist and in his political leadership endeavors. And my dear sister, Pelile, we also thank you. As we lay this gallant leader of our people to rest, what shall we say of Nathi Mthethwa's legacy? What endowments do we carry forward from his illustrious life? What can we learn from the life of Ambassador Nkosinathi Mthethwa? That would be inspiring, firstly, to young people, and secondly, to those in the ANC and those in government. The life of Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa offers several deep and relevant lessons for both young people and for those within the ANC and government, especially in a time when many are questioning the future of the struggle, the future of leadership and public service. I would suggest that he taught us what courage and commitment is all about. From being a shop steward to his student days, to being detained, to holding high office, Comrade Nathi Mthethwa never lost sight of what drew him into the struggle. The belief that injustice must be opposed, that people deserve dignity, they deserve rights and opportunities. He exhibited service before self. Friends and comrades say he was disciplined, that he was loyal and sometimes a bit controversial, but always believing he was working for we the people, not for self-aggrandizement. He understood that leadership meant responsibility, that it meant accountability, bearing burdens even when the path is difficult. He was an advocate of culture, heritage, and identity. As Minister of Arts, Culture, and Sports, his work spoke to more than just policy. He believed in the power of culture to heal, to unite, to affirm who we are, people of many languages, many traditions, diverse, yet one nation. He believed in giving young people space to shine. As ambassador, he took South Africa's mission abroad very seriously, not just in diplomacy, but in forging friendships, alliances, mutual respect, in promoting investments for our country. As we heard my sister Tomato Sirobe saying, he organized the biggest investment conference in Paris, where the top French business people gathered. In doing so, he sought to ensure our story, our values, our hopes are known to the world, and that the world's opportunities are open to us. As Nathi Mthethwa started his activism as a young person, what lessons does his life impart on young people? Nathi didn't begin as a cabinet minister or as an ambassador. He began as a student leader in Klaarwater, organizing at the grassroots level. He joined the Klaarwater Youth Organization, not for status, but because he saw injustice and believed young people could make a difference. The lesson here is that one does not need to wait to be powerful, to be impactful. Leadership starts with action. Leadership starts with commitment and courage at the local level. Another important lesson from Nathi's life is that one must be willing to sacrifice for one's beliefs, as he did when he was expelled from work at Just Juice when he was still young. As part of the anti-apartheid underground and through Operation Vula, Nathi Mthethwa faced detention and political risk. He accepted the cost of standing for justice. Integrity may cost you comfort, but it builds character. One needs to stand for something bigger than yourself. That is what Nathi did. Nathi did not give up on activism after democracy was won. He committed to serving over decades in youth structures, in unions, in parliament, and the executive, and eventually as a diplomat. His activism matured. A cause for a just and democratic South Africa isn't a season. It is a lifetime task. One should stay the course, and one should evolve as Nathi evolved. But one should never abandon one's values as Nathi didn't. Many who knew Comrade Nathi described him as a disciplined, loyal cadre. And we heard this from Comrade Malusi Gigaba. He was not always the loudest or the most public-facing, but he was reliable, he was consistent, and he was strategic. The lesson here is passion brings you into the struggle, but discipline keeps you in the struggle. To be disciplined, to be organizational, and always to be well informed about your organization, its history, its current conjuncture, and its future. That was what Nathi preoccupied himself with. The lessons from Nathi's life for those in his organization and in government: Nathi moved from activism to administrator, and while his time in office had its critics, he represented a generation who took the responsibility of transformation, of transforming the state seriously. He understood that freedom meant not only fighting for democracy, but building institutions, durable institutions. For him, it also meant delivering services and protecting the rights of our people. Those in government must see public service as a duty, not a reward. As Minister of Arts and Culture, he championed the role of culture, of history and heritage in national healing. This was often overlooked, yet it's vital in a country where identity was weaponized under apartheid. Our role as leaders, as he recognized, is about promoting national cohesion, which he did to good effect. It's about promoting unity and preserving our nation's identity. It's about promoting national healing. Nathi Mthethwa dedicated his life to doing just that. Later in his career, Nathi took up a diplomatic post far from the limelight, one would say. That shift in itself and accepting that role shows humility, the willingness to serve the country even without the recognition that comes either with being a minister, that comes with hogging the limelight, is a unique attribute. True commitment means serving wherever you are needed and whenever you are needed, not only where you are visible. That is what Nathi did. And leadership includes the sacrifice of ego. Nathi remained loyal to ANC principles even amid difficult terrains. His life invites reflection on how to renew the ANC's moral center, not through rhetoric, but through conduct. Loyalty to the movement must not mean silence in the face of wrongdoing. The ANC must reflect, and this is what Nathi's life should teach us. He was pained by divisions in his movement, and he advocated for renewal, and that it should reclaim its mission and its glory in honor to serve the people of this country. In the end, to all of us, Nyambose's lesson to us is to let your organization speak for itself when it comes to discipline and organizational growth. Nyambose knew that he was not entitled to a leadership position or any benefit as a member of the African National Congress. He knew that in order to serve the people of this country, he had to organize, to serve, to endure, and to grow. Ambassador Mthethwa was at one time the editor-in-chief of the ANC's journal, Umkhabulo, and I quote from an article he wrote in 2013, when he said, "True cadres never aspire to have an uncontrollable lust to lead. The main motivation for true leaders is to serve the movement and the masses of our people at any level. The leadership emerges from the people. It learns to articulate and champions the aspirations, demands, and fears and hopes of the people." He said, "Let your leadership be measured by service, by humility, and by being faithful to our people." Ambassador Nathi's journey reminds us that it is not where you start that defines your legacy, but where you remain faithful to the struggle for justice. So in the end, let his life not just be remembered, but be emulated. Let us copy the great lessons from his life. We should go beyond memorializing him today. We must take a leaf of lesson from his life. To my sister Pelisiwe Buthelezi, his wife, and thank you for that wonderful and beautiful letter that you penned in honor of him. And to his children, to the extended family, you have lost a husband, a father, a brother, a son. The nation weeps with you. The state may offer ceremonies, it may offer honors and statements, but none of that replaces his presence, his love. You may find strength in memories of who he was at home, what you used to share with him, the small acts of kindness, and all that. To his comrades in the ANC, and to those who knew him in the unions and in youth activism, and in parliament and in government, in diplomacy, may you carry forward with humility what he showed by example. May you keep alive both his ideals and what he stood for. Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa is gone from amongst us, but he's not absent. His life's work endures in the laws, in the institutions, in the people whose stories he touched. His voice, sometimes contentious, sometimes inspiring, was always part of the conversation that helped to strengthen our democracy. He championed aspirations of our people, and he did so with great humility. We will remember the Nathi Mthethwa who joined the underground movement barely out of childhood, a testament of a courage that he possessed. We will remember Nathi Mthethwa who in his position as a portfolio committee chair advocated for the rights of communities and for the mining industry to be held to its commitment to uplift them. We will remember the Nathi Mthethwa who sat with the victims of crime in their homes, offering words of solace and empathy, who during his tenure as Minister of Police spoke out against gender-based violence and opened victim empowerment facilities at police stations. We have not forgotten the leadership that he showed during violent protests directed at foreign nationals, nor his strong statements that helped to quell social tensions at the time. He truly distinguished himself as a true Pan-Africanist and as an internationalist. We knew what his progressive stance would be as we now have to deal with contemporary challenges on our continent and globally. We would be troubled today as we hear news of the instability that is unfolding in Madagascar and the cruel, senseless killing of some 20 civilians in the Sudan last night. He would be troubled. We have not forgotten that he was an advocate for the rights of our nation's artists and performers, and that he championed legislative reform that would enable performers to benefit from their work and render them less vulnerable to exploitation. We have not forgotten his contribution to developing the creative economy. May we be reminded to live with humility and to lead with it even more as he did. To give credit where credit is due and show mercy when we must, which he did. To introspect more and to judge less, which Nathi Mthethwa did. Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa served his people extremely well. For this, we will forever remember him, for his contribution, and we do thank him deeply, much as he has departed too early for us. To the family, our thoughts and prayers are with you at this very difficult time. Let it be Let it not be only when it is too late that we try to take back our movement from those who exalt themselves about the people. It is this time when we must, in remembering Ambassador Mthethwa, that we should say, indeed, he was a servant of the people. He served our people well, and I am eternally grateful for what he did for us as an ambassador in France. He raised the flag of South Africa above many in Paris, and I thank my sister as well for having been by his side and for having helped and assisted him. Where he faltered without any deep French knowledge, she came in with her absolute fluent French and helped him. And I do think that she taught him some French towards the end of his life. So, Comrade Pilisiwe, we thank you and we honor you, and thank you very much. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Comrade President. Let's stand up in respect of this well-informed but touching eulogy, which entails the life of Comrade Nathi, but also inspires us to draw lessons from his struggle, not just as lessons, but to ensure that we emulate those lessons to progress our struggle forward. Siyabonga, Comrade President, singahlala phansi. We are now coming toward the end of this program. We request that we remain seated here and allow a sermon by the SAPS chaplain, and then they will take us through the procession, including departing from here to his residence, to home. Osebemamzile kumhlongo. Uyena kumhlongo lobe kukhulunywa ngaye. Cha siyezwa, siyamazi futhi. Sizocela ke, but before we do that, just few announcements. It will only be those who are in this tent, the first one on my right, who will go to the gravesite, and that is because of the space. The black tent there is requested that all of them who are seated there goes to Nathi's homestead, but to the tent that is nearby where they will be served. The white tent this side will request that you remain here and refreshments will be served while you are here. May I take this opportunity to hand over the program back to the chaplain, Brigadier Right Reverend Shwabet Nkosi, who will then lead us on the sermon and throughout the next process that will take us to the gravesite. As we do so, I want to thank all of you for the manner in which you have behaved and the manner in which you have carried yourself to ensure that this send-off reflects the life of Nathi as it was. May I hand over to Reverend Shwabet Nkosi.
Bengakangeni ekhuzeni bathi ngisase ngiqedela nangesizulu ukuthi indlu lapho kuyobekwa khona umfowethu ayinkulu kangako kuzocelakala kube yileli tende kuphela elizoya khona ekhaya lapho eyobekwa khona bese kuleli atende abakulona bahlale nje basuke lapha kulela tende baye kuleli tende lakhiwe ekhaya nabezofike babone bathole khona okwehlisa amanzi kuleli tende ngonjalo ukuhlukanisa nje kuyafana konke ukudla kuleli tende kuzongena la okwehlisa ama intuli kubona so sihlukane ngaleyo ndlela litende liya egcekeni ekhaya nakubekwa khona umfowethu lela tende liya etendeni lisekhaya leli tende lizobeka la lizonikezwa lana xose khuzeni busuqede konke kuno lahlekele ukhiye la akagcini ngokulahlekelwa ukhiye nje ukhiye wakhe is also with the driver's license so uTT Dlamini to come also and collect this in closing mongameli le stadium kubizwa ngokuthiwa usiyabonga Sangweni Stadium siyabonga sizule kuthiwa uSangweni ukhona la siyabonga weSangweni hayi ngoba ngikuphakamisa ngoba usupport ibhakabhaka ngoba nje igama la stadium labizwa ngawe siyabonga kuba khona kwakho la Sangweni yoza ke chaplain thank you
kanti cha bongiyaphila futhi ngishiyile umzi kanti cha boke ngiyaphila ngishiyile anisafuna ukucula ngoba kucula mina. Program directors, thank you so much. Bengifuna that message. Ngiyapila. The only thing that you see in front of you is my body. Bengifuna lokho kuphela. Alibonge igama lenkosi uJesu. Program directors, thank you so much. Let me stand on the protocol that has already been established. But ngivumeleni ke bazalwane bami enkosini ukuthi ngibikele umndeni wokwaMthethwa. Starting from KwaNgwenya, muzi omkhulu wabathethwa kule ndawo bese kuba yiyo yonke imizi yakulomuzi kuze kufika kwaPhoqa. Mama uMashenge sifuna ukuthi siyaxolisa. uNkulunkulu wethu akuhambise kule ndlela. Akukho lula kodwa yena uyakhona ukumhambisa umuntu. My prayer ukuthi He speaks in the heart of your heart about the journey that you are to take after all of us we have dispersed. But ngiyamkholwa uNkulunkulu ukuthi He will see you through to this. It is not for the first time kwenzeka so ngesintu sakithi la kwaZulu sithi akwehlanga lungehle. Okungukuthi bakhona bake bayihamba lendlela kuzohambeka. My generals wamakhona la, thank you so much for being here. Abefundisi bonke ngibabonile siyabonga ukuthi nize nibe khona ezinceku nezincekukazi zikaThixo. Amavesi engifuna kwafunda amabili kuphela from eBhayibhelini incwadi kaJobe chapter 27. Ngifuna ukufunda verse number 8. Bese kuba ekaMateyu ngifuna ukwavula verse number 8 kaJobe chapter 27 uthi, for what is the hope of the godless, even though he has gained when God takes his life? Bese kuba Matthew 16, verse number 26. Othi, what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world yet forfeits his soul? Or what can a man give in exchange for his soul? Ngicela ukwa-interpreta ngesizulu. Elokuqala, number 8 kaJob number 27. Uthi liyini ithemba lomuntu uma impilo yakhe inqunywa na? Bese le yesibili uMateyu 8:16 verse 26 athi yozuzana umuntu ukuthi komsiza ngani umuntu ukuthi azuze izwe lonke kodwa lahlekele ukuphila kwakhe. Bese libuza lo mbuzo omkhulu ekugcineni, uyoveza ini eyoba isihlengo somphefumulo wakhe na? Briefly, uhlaka oluphambi kwethu namhlanje South Africans is evidence that all of us, we are not here to stay. We are strangers, we are foreigners, we are pilgrims in this life. Mhlambe mangabe ngisho ngesizulu bengizothi asakhile impela la. Uhlaka oluphambi kwethu is evident enough ukuthi sesikwenzile konke that we came here to do, would have to vacate the space. Bese iBhayibheli namhlanje mina libuza lo mbuzo ukuthi uma ngabe lelo thuba lifika liyini ithemba lomuntu ongenaNkulunkulu? Ngoba it's evident ukuthi all of us we're going there. Liyini ithemba lomuntu ongenaNkulunkulu? Ngifuna ukubuza lo mbuzo nje kuphela ukuthi la siyakhona. When I was singing the Catholic song, elithi kanti qhabo ngiyaphila futhi, ngishile just lolu daka la. Kungukuthi kukhona la siyophila khona. But la siyophila khona indaba yakhona ideterminwa ukuthi wenzeni ngapha. Lini ithemba lomuntu ongenaNkulunkulu mangabe impilo yakhe inqunywa na? Yovezana umuntu eyoba isihlengo somphefumulo wakhe. Mhlambe answer that question at your own. Yini ithemba lomuntu ongenaNkulunkulu mangabe impilo yakhe inqunywa na? Come, let us pray. Father, we thank you ngale mpilo obusiboleke yona. Yenzile konke obuyithume khona. Samula ngokubonga okwenzile ngaye. Siyathandaza namhlanje ntambama. Sizophuma kule ndawo, sobeka lo mzimba la kufanele kuyofihlwa khona. Hamba nathi uNkulunkulu, duduza umndeni, lekelele bonke kade besebenza naye, family yakhe, hlobo zakhe, abangani, and everyone othintekile balekelele simakade. Kodwa sekwenzakele konke. Mhlambe konke akwenzile kunikeze isifundo to each and every one of us esisasele nganeno. Siyakubonga uNkulunkulu ukuthi awusiyi umuntu ukuthi ungaqamba amanga. Uthe ngeke uzusiyeke, angeke uzusishiye. Sifuna ukuza nalomfelokazi phambi kwesihlalo sakho sobukhosi. Melekelele simakade ingcwele kuko konke azokwenza. Uvela ube uNkulunkulu empilweni yakhe. Siyakwazi babothona amandla onke ezweni lakho sikubonile. Uhamba nabefelokazi abaningi esingeke sikhulume ngabo namhlanje. Angeke uhlule uphilisiwe. Hamba naye uNkulunkulu nabantwana bakho umndeni wonke bafihle egameni lika Jesu ogcotshiweyo. Nozobuyela ndibandla lakhe emhlabeni. Amen. As ukhuzene eshilo ukuthi kuzokwenzakalani, I will call upon now uKenel Ntombela ukuze azosibizela abantu esosebenza nabo. My request as he comes is that the respect that was given unto us as we were coming in, can we please get that as well as we're going out? I know ukuthi most of the people, general, when they see us marching, vele bafuna ukuba amaphoyisa nabo namhlanje. No, we don't have forms today. We are not going to recruit anyone. You can march on the sides. Ungasiphazamisi ngoba thina sisemsebenzini angithi ingane zakwethu. Ungamasha asina inkinga naleyo kodwa ungasidisturb thina ngoba sisemsebenzini. Woza Kenel Ntombela. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Umuzi wasoyengweni, ngiyaxolisa.
His Excellency the President of the country and the Deputy, umndeni, all protocol observed. Lieutenant Colonel Ntombela, ngicela ukwenza imemezelo ezimbalwa before siphume. Esokuqala, ngicela ukuthi masiphuma la nomndeni, no President, nomzimba, umphakathi wakithi uthi gozololo kancane ukuze sikwazi ukuthola ispace la endleleni. Bese kuthi okwesibili ngicela izimoto ezime emgwaqeni la zohamba khona zithi kusidedela kancane ebese siyedlula. Bese kuthi okwesithathu ngicela izimoto lezi zezamaphoyisa zisivalela ama intersections emgwaqeni la zohamba khona ukuze sihambe smooth. Bese kuthi abantu abazoba khona abazoya ekhaya indawo yalapha incane. Ngicela izimoto zasecebo lethu sizofaka kuphela iHearse ngenxa yespace bese sifaka mhlawumbe imoto kaPresident. Ezinye imoto ngicela zime ngaphandle kuleli yasangaphandle ngakuleya amakhi eyakhiweyo. Then our formation is going to be like this. At the front is going to be the leading detachment. Behind the leading detachment is going to be the band. Behind the band is going to be the chaplain. And behind the chaplain is going to be the hearse. On the side of the hearse is going to be the pallbearers. Behind the hearse is going to be the bearers. Behind the bearers is going to be His Excellency, the President and the Deputy, and the Premier, and the ministers. And behind them is going to be the generals. And behind the general is going to be the family. Sizocela kuphela labantu engibabalile bazongena kwi-procession for now. Emva kwalokho abanye bazothi gozololo ngoprocession ithi izoba yinde. Thank you, Program Director. The following police honors will be observed. Warrant Officer Mkhize, Warrant Officer Mhlongo, Warrant Officer Tembe, Warrant Officer Mdleche, Warrant Officer Mthethwa, Warrant Officer Sithole, Warrant Officer Kobe, Warrant Officer Ntombela. Those are the bearers. Paul bearers. Brigadier Dludla, Brigadier Mbanjwa, Brigadier Kap, Brigadier Ntuli, Brigadier Buthelezi, and Brigadier Mhlongo. Thank you, Program Director. Bearers, attention. Bearers, move to the left. Left 10, 2, 3, 4, and Bearers, take post. Quick march. In twos. 2, 3, 1. Left and right, left and third. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
And all them remain standing as we are exiting from this program to another at home. That respect, Siyabonga.
All right, and this is the part of the program where they're now handing over, of course, heading to the burial site. Quite an emotional time it has been for the family, and hearing from the friends as well, hearing from even some of the comrades of the ANC, reflecting on the life of Nathi Mthethwa. And now at this particular part of the program, this is when the SAPS is taking over. And Sophie, when you listen to someone like, for example, Malusi Gigaba speaking about how Nathi Mthethwa wasn't just a comrade to him, he was Nyambo, so he was a friend. You listen to the wife speak about a man that she says she's come to know, who became her sunshine.
Well, you are correct. I mean, many people paying tribute to Nathi Mthethwa. You are correct. I think here you hear messages coming from people who knew him very well. When you talk about Malusi Gigaba, who delivered a powerful speech, but it's no surprise, Muzwai, when you look at this generation of Nathi Mthethwa, Malusi Gigaba, and the others, they learned from their seniors at that time when they were members of the youth league, because in terms of writing, Malusi Gigaba would assist in writing what we got to know as ANC Today, a newsletter that used to go out every Friday. He also would engage with the then president of the ANC in some of the ideas, what should be the focus. But also Nathi, on the other hand, working with people such as Joel Nechitenza, who was the main person in terms of drafting of documents in the ANC. You can see even today when Joel make input in terms of written work, you can hear. And therefore people like Nathi learning very well in terms of drafting documents, and that is why he really enjoyed the strategy and tactic every time when there's a conference, when they reflect on the strategy and tactics, changing the document, every conference and every policy conference will touch on that. And therefore, you are correct. They are reflecting on how they interacted with him, but also the wife, that message, very clear in terms of their relationship and his contribution, not only in terms of being a leader in South Africa, but also in building a strong family. And the son, Mzwai.
It's really a moment to take really deep reflection. I mean, after hearing many of what has been said by a number of people, of course, as we see that procession, which, as we've been saying, this is a special official funeral category 2, with elements of police in terms of honoring it, having been declared by the president, who is the only person who is able to declare a funeral into a particular category. And as you've said, after listening, really, you could see that there's a lot of sharing, particularly to those who were close to him. Here is someone who, at some point, headed the strategy and tactics subcommittee, and that really gives you deep insight into the operations and the workings of the party. And as you engage with a number of people, you get to understand them even better. So it is the moment that really no one had expected, the way in which it came, but of course no one knows when and how we will depart this world.
And of course, as we continue then to watch these live visuals, taking the body of Nathi Mthethwa to his burial site at the homestead there. Some of the words shared by his friend, that is Dr. Malusi Gigaba, just to borrow, he says, "Thank you for the poetry of your life, the verse you wrote on our souls. We see you in the constellation of memories that now guides us, and will learn to navigate by your light. Rest now, dear heart. Your stanza in our shared song is complete, and it was beautiful, but the song itself, the song goes on." And I suppose when he says the song goes on, it also signals not just the song that they would have shared as friends, Sophie, but it's the song for the struggle that they were waging against all kinds of social ills. Now, it's also the struggle to ensure that, as he said, Nathi was troubled by the state of the ANC, to quote him. It's a song for him that I suppose he needs to pick up the baton.
Yes, you are correct. Even the president made a point that the ANC must now reflect and talking again about the renewal. The challenge is you talk about the renewal all the time, but is this message reaching the people who are there, who are the real ANC, the branches? And are you beginning to see the results? Are you seeing the results in terms of that renewal? And therefore, they will have to work very hard to ensure that as that message from the wife indicated that he was troubled by the current situation that's prevailing in the ANC. And I think it's something that when they go to the General Council in December, they will have to really focus on that, because if the ANC doesn't change in terms of how it has conducted itself in the past few years, which has led to where the electoral fortunes were affected, then the 2026 local government elections will again be a verdict that they wouldn't like at this moment. And therefore that reflection is needed, Mzwai, but not just in terms of talking, how they conduct themselves. I mean, South Africans are watching. And when you've erred, you want to apologize, but you do things differently.
Oh yes, indeed. I think you've said a mouthful there. Perhaps to also remind the viewers that the boat now, as it leaves the stadium or the sports field, known as Siyabonga Sangweni Sports Complex here in Dondota, it's headed back home, so where he will be buried, obviously, outside a family burial site. So that's where many people will be.
Yes, let's just listen in as they are now approaching the hearse.
The body of the late Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa leaves the Siyabonga Sangweni Sports Complex. And this is a place we are told he loved so dearly, a place that honors a soccer player, soccer star of this particular area that he also felt should be honored. And at the same time commissioning this particular sports complex in his honor, given the fact that Siyabonga Sangweni encountered quite an unfortunate injury at the height of his career, and quite befitting that this is where he is then, we've just had the funeral service of the late ambassador, and with some of those who were near and dear to him saying that there would have been no better place to actually have this particular service than to have it here. And as we continue to monitor the developments here, Sophie, we're looking at
the weather
changing.
Now, the weather is changing now. It looks like it's going to rain, and it looks like it's the storm. And in our culture, when it's raining, it's a sign of acceptance or blessings, but this one looks like the storm. The storm.
It could be heavy from what we are sensing now, but I guess maybe it's just a passing strong wind. But indeed, given where we are and what we are doing and what we are about, so it does make sense to think of all those that we believe in as Africans in general.
Yes, but I think at the moment, as Nathi Mthethwa is making his way to the homestead where he is going to be laid to rest, one thing, the reflection in terms of what Malusi Kigaba said about what needs to happen within the party itself also.
Oh yes, that is, in fact, I've been also following what people outside of here have been saying about that speech. And I think it appeared, Sophie and Bongi, to have landed so well to most people in terms of the message. And I think it helped that they grew up together, they taught each other and that they learned a bit more from him as well. And talking about him as this person who really believed in unity, and not just believed in unity by just word, but also some of the activities that he was engaging on and getting some of his comrades to be part of it.
And as we speak about all of this afternoon, right, this funeral service has come to an end. He's now going to his burial site in Mzwai. There is still an investigation that's currently taking place in France to try and, I suppose, put to bed some of the concerns, the questions, the many questions that not only South Africans have, the family has, his comrades within the ANC have. The French themselves will probably have to now be contending with some serious questions in order to try and piece together what would have happened here.
Indeed, and all of this, the family, South Africans, the community here, are still searching for answers. When will that investigation be complete? What will it bring? So it's a very tough time, but of course, as we saw, some of our law enforcement officers get to that side, and I think that picture, if it gets drawn, should be able to bring some finality one way or the other.
Well, I think also, Mzwai, the French government, and particularly law enforcement agencies in France, they were quite upfront in terms of information. They were forthcoming. They indicated at an early stage what they suspected, and of course later pointed to what they think, what led to this tragedy, but also the hotel allowing the family to go and do what they would normally have done at home in terms of their cultural rights, as we often see when a tragedy like this has happened. The other issue in terms of the relationship, now you have this official from SABC who's there, a senior official who's working with law enforcement agencies in France, so that you can really explain to the South African public, to the family, what really happened. And I think that working relationship between South Africa and France, particularly even at a higher level, the presidency, the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, and President Cyril Ramaphosa, that cordial relationship, it does help when you have an issue like this.
And it certainly does help indeed, as we heard from the Minister of International Relations there, Ronald Lamola, speaking about the efforts that the late ambassador would have put in order to make sure that relations between South Africa as well as France remain cordial, but also at the same time pushing not only for the relations but also investment, also pushing for more when it comes to the relations between South Africa and France, but also hearing how his wife saying that I had committed to making sure that your mission in France was a success. That was our commitment to each other. And it's interesting because when you circle back to their love story, you circle back to a wedding in Franschhoek that had a French theme. You circle back to Nkosinathi Mthethwa, who loves and really loves the French influence, and it was evident when it comes to their wedding. And she really would have relished being in France. She really would have loved, the country. And to hear how the minister, the former minister, even had his own favorite spot where he would go get a croissant, for example. So those are some of the stories that are coming out today. And I suppose even as everyone is thinking and processing their own memories of the late ambassador, she's doing the same.
Oh, yes. And the relations between South Africa and France, and we have been seeing the evidence. Yes, they've always been strong, but we also have been seeing the evidence as recently as the visit of the Deputy President to that country, and that is all part of elevating those relations. So when you think the countries are in a good space because of individuals like himself. And then this tragedy strikes, and the tragedy has no explanation as to how it even happened. So, as I'm still saying, there are still a lot of questions, but of course, with time, they will be answered, or they may never be answered.
Now, the big task, Mzwai, is for President Ramaphosa now to go back and reflect in terms of ensuring that later there will be another senior diplomat in Paris, because France is quite strategic to South Africa. You look at the climate change agreement and the support financially on the renewables. A country like France has made lots and lots of commitment, and you don't want a situation where there's a vacuum. But also, on the other hand, the president still has to announce who will be going to Washington. So I guess now the president has a lot of work to do in terms of ensuring that both the two capitals, that is Paris and Washington, we do have our diplomats there.
In fact, just to add on to what you are saying, when France is facing its own issues as well, I mean, very soon they could either have no government or you could have a president resign, given the pressure that is happening there. So, but obviously the beauty of democracy and stable institutions, so they would not necessarily shake the foundations of the relationship. It will be an issue of change of government. And I think you picked it up very well when you also mentioned the issue of Washington.
Yeah, particularly on Paris, you know, the ambassador of France in South Africa, in Pretoria, Bongiwe, he's very, very supportive of South Africa. Even a week ago, our colleagues, international relations, international news desk, they spoke to him. You see, a relationship is so strong, and I think that vacuum, you cannot allow perhaps a pause, a long pause. You have to ensure that you continue to have a senior diplomat. But we know that the second in charge is still there, the attaché. The work will continue.
And I suppose, as you say, Sophie, it's always important for the work to continue so that there isn't a stoppage or an interruption, because that's always what is important. And you get a sense even from Minister Ronald Lamula, for example, saying the void is huge. And as you hear the words, the void is huge, it gives you a signal to say whoever you send there has got some big shoes to fill. You know, it should be somebody that is going to be able to carry on with the work that is being done. And what you're seeing on your screens right now, this is the procession that is now making its way to the burial site. And Samgele Masego is in fact on the other side as well, waiting to bring us more as far as the burial is concerned. But we do know it's taking place at the homestead. And that, of course, remember, is where his heart would have been for most of the time, not only because it was home, but also because of the people of KwaMbonambi, but also because, Sophie, as you've been saying, since we've been coming here, that development is evident. Services are needed, and signaling that a lot of work lies ahead for the people here, for government when it comes to serving the people here.
Yes, earlier on in the morning we spoke to the Premier, who outlined the project and perhaps the plan for this area, including utilization of the Richards Bay Harbour to ensure that you develop the area, you ensure that there's infrastructure, and you can also do it in partnership with those who are utilizing the harbour. I'm talking about big business. And as I pointed out, you have a situation in the Middle East, in the Red Sea, where those vessels that used to line up that corridor are not as many as they used to be because of the attacks, particularly targeting vessels and the cargo vessels from countries such as the United States of America and also Europe. And we see this route now, South Africa again, going back to what led to what we saw in the country, the colonization of the tip of the African continent in the south, where there were these, at that time, people making their way to either to the east and using South Africa, particularly the Cape of Good Hope, as a refreshment station, but ending up staying some, oppressing people. Now, in this situation, this harbor, you can, this time around, have a similar situation where it's being utilized, but you are ensuring that this time around it is to the benefit of the communities who are living in this area.
Mzwai, perhaps as we bring you in here, we're looking at the visuals from the homestead, and these are preparations.
Yes, you can see the preparations already that side. Because we are in a rural area, so where many families tend to bury in their backyards, and I think we're seeing something similar here. And then of course it's a private space, and then we can't talk much about it. But as we know, so what happens particularly in this part of the world is that it will be dark on the day, and I think they're just finalizing. Sometimes this is what determines what time the funeral will take place. In fact, as someone from the Nguni tribes, because men would wake up in the morning, mainly in the rural areas, dig up the grave, and then you'd find that there are rocks, it becomes difficult, and the funeral can take the whole day, because once they've started, so they have to conclude. So I think when I see there, it looks like they are pretty much finished, and it's a question of waiting for the boat to arrive.
So basically, this process could have taken hours, I suppose, because especially when you say Mzwai, sometimes the ground isn't favorable.
It becomes very difficult sometimes, and I've had people say the funerals in this part of the world can take up until very, very late, because you'd find that the digging of the grave, unless there's assistance from government or municipality. But I think in this instance, given that it is the official funeral, so municipality would stand ready in case there are difficulties. But we are seeing what normally happens ordinarily in funerals of this nature.
All right, that is, of course, the visuals there. As you can see, the cortege on the one part of your screen making its way, the procession to the home. And then there you can also see the preparations at the homestead here. And I suppose, Sophie, one of the, our colleagues who's actually standing by at the gravesite, Simpiwe Makanya, is waiting to bring us the very latest from there. And Simpiwe, of course, as mourners make their way out of the Siyabonga Sangweni Sports Complex, some of them, family members making their way there, but others, of course, Simpiwe, are making their way home.
as Ethekwini that of other regions. It looks at a time when he was a branch leader, a branch secretary of the ANC Youth League from Klaar Water, now known as Klaar Water, and commonly known in the areas of KwaZulu-Natal. And it just looks at his life and times as a dedicated worker, activist at Just Juice, fighting for the rights of workers, earlier on taking from the likes of Michael Diema Kulu, who also comes from the trade union movement. So it just tells you that the vast majority of ANC leaders come from the ranks of the trade union movement, and it is very much new in a sense now to liken youthful leaders of the African National Congress of that generation that wanted to pursue freedom or death and to make South Africa ungovernable, particularly within the late 80s, going on to the early 1990s, going to the revival of the ANC Youth League in 1991, the 1987 SAICO, South African Youth Council Congress, and speaking about current contemporary issues of the Madanga Commission of Inquiry, the allegations of the wall that was built at this homestead, allegedly using the money of the slush fund, as said by Left General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi at the ad hoc committee within Parliament. And that just tells you of the various contemporary issues that are raging within the country. And you look at the eulogy delivered by President Ramaphosa that spoke about the contested legacy of Nathi Mthethwa that was not immune to criticism by South Africans. You go back to the Marikana massacre as well, when he was the Minister of Police, that phone call or email from then Lonman non-executive director Cyril Ramaphosa to Nathi Mthethwa calling on for competent action at that particular era in time of that tragedy that happened at that Marikana massacre. So it is very much a contested political legacy, but very much dedicated and rooted in the struggles of the people of South Africa.
A lot has been said, Samkele, also about his humility as a leader. Of course, I think the presence of the people here speaks to that particular aspect.
His humility goes without saying. Nathi Mthethwa was one of the most humblest politicians you could come across. Very down to earth. He was never a loud hailer. He was never a shouter. He was always a man of substance and content. Whenever you spoke to him, you always came out of that engagement enriched with knowledge that he imbued and had studied over a period of time within the leftist orientation and ideological thinking of the left axis of the mass democratic movement. So he was an ideologue, he was a thinker, he was a teacher in many that have said and have spoken about him. One who comes to mind is Advocate Gwazimshengu, who says that they learnt a lot from Nathi Mthethwa in his days as the head of political education within the ranks of the African National Congress, has been an organizer within the ANC from a period of 2001, heading ANC's organizing, and that just tells you of the role and impetus that Nathi Mthethwa has played within the role of the African National Congress. For instance, if you look at the area where we're in, KwaMbonambi, his politics, he was born in Claremont, a township in the west of Durban. His politics are in the west of Durban, in the then southern region of Natal. But you look at the role and the humility and the love that is being shown by the people of KwaMbonambi. I remember when his remains were being fetched yesterday from the mortuary, going through the streets of Mbangeni, coming on to KwaMbonambi, the fists that were held high by community members just showed the love, ethos and integrity that he stood in fighting for these people. You remember it comes at a time when many leaders within the country, which comes to mind is when he was allegedly built a road that goes straight to his home, to his home in the villages in the Eastern Cape. You come here to KwaMbonambi, the road leading up to this homestead of Nathi Mthethwa is a gravel road. It is in the depth of the poverty, of inequality, poverty, underdevelopment and disempowerment that is there amongst the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and he lived amongst those people. He's being laid to rest in his final eternal place here in KwaMbonambi with his people, and that just tells you of the caliber of the man.
Of course, he held quite a number of positions in government prior to his appointment as ambassador to France. The president earlier on during his eulogy address saying that he did not feel entitled to holding a particular position, and also he could be trusted, because he was very thorough when it comes to executing his duties.
Indeed, if you look at his political history, for instance, if you take him back from the ANC Youth League conference that elected Malusi Gigaba as president, the provinces at the time, I think it was 3 or 5, if you look into history, including KwaZulu-Natal, they were touting Nathi Mthethwa to be elected as president of the ANC Youth League. But when they got to conference, they resolved that they need a new, youthful, more energetic, early 20s leader of the Youth League, and that's how Malusi Gigaba got elected as the president of the ANC Youth League. Nathi Mthethwa was able to put himself, he was able to put his organization, the Youth League, before his own political aspirations. You go to the ANC's 2017 National Conference at Nasrec, he was on the slate of Dr. Nkosinathi Zuma as national chairperson, contesting against Gwede Mantashe. He did not wither into political oblivion after losing out as national chair of the African National Congress. He remained on as a minister until South Africa went on to the 2024 general elections, and ultimately until he left cabinet and he left the National Assembly, and then forth took that deployment going on to France. So he's been able over the years to put the interests of South Africans, put the interests of his own organization, the ANC, first before his own. In the words of Ramaphosa in his eulogy, he says, Nathi Mthethwa was a dedicated leader and cadre of the ANC until the very end, which is something that many ANC leaders cannot say about other leaders today, particularly at a time when ANC leaders are breaking to the MK party, breaking to the economic freedom fighters. You go to the wedding of Nathi Mthethwa, when Gloria Sirobe was speaking about how the friends of Pelisiwe Buthelezi and Nathi Mthethwa were divided after the launch of the Congress of the People of Cope, of Terra Likota, of Mbazima Mashilowa at the time, and many others who had gone into the Congress of the People that had hurt the ANC electorally. But they were able to love, live, and have fun together, celebrate love together in Franschhoek at the wedding of Pelisiwe Buthelezi and Nathi Mthethwa. And that just spoke about how Nathi was able to transcend beyond political differences of either those who had left the ANC, those who were still within the ANC, and how he was able to bridge that tribal war that was raging between youth formations at the time in KwaZulu-Natal in the early 90s, going up to the late 1998, 1999 in KwaZulu-Natal between the IFP Youth Brigade and the African National Congress Youth League. So it just speaks to a unifier of note.
Speaking now about his role in the Labour Federation movement, of course, he started out as a shop steward for the Food and Allied Workers Union, a position which he held, mobilizing workers, fighting for the workers' rights, to be respected within the Labour fraternity. A lot has been said about current leaders of COSATU with regards to his contribution as well.
The saddest part about all of this history about Nathi Mthethwa is most of it is coming to the fore now. Particularly his links to the trade union movement, to the Food and Allied Workers Union, FAU, that was in COSATU, it's now within the ranks of SAFTU. It just speaks about how South African political contemporary politics and history is not properly documented about South African politicians. And particularly, if you look at the history of the southern western areas of eThekwini region, your Claremont, your KwaTabega, your KwaSanti, St. Windolins, KwaNdengezi, and many Savannah Park, Clearwater, Entege. Those areas have a rich political history within South Africa and the broader eThekwini district, eThekwini metro municipality, but they're not properly documented. The role that the likes of Nathi Mthethwa have played in building the structures of the African National Congress. You remember, when they built the Southern Natal region with the likes of Malusi Gigaba, there were very few, or there were non-existent branches. There were no branches of the ANC Youth League within that area. You look at the role these young leaders have played within the trade union movement, and it just tells you that South Africans need to go back, historians need to go back, properly record this history, so that generations that are to come are able to tap into this wisdom and to this wealth of knowledge that these leaders have held in building the trade union movement, FAU, and building the youth formation ANC Youth League, League. You'd remember at the time the ANC Youth League was very militant, headed by a very vibrant leader in the form of Peter Mokaba, later in the forms of Lulu Johnson. Later, the likes of Fibe Potgieter Kubule were also within those ranks. Joe Maswanganyi, Malusi Kigaba, Sihlezi Galala, Fikile Mbalula. And it is that generation that President Ramaphosa spoke about in his eulogy, that it was very determined, disciplined. It wanted freedom on death in that particular time of making South Africa ungovernable, whilst conscientizing the youth on liberation politics.
Let's talk about how his family must be feeling, Samkele, at this particular time. Of course, when the news broke, the entire nation was shocked as to that particular occurrence. Of course, we know that South African authorities are working closely with the French authorities to investigate the cause of his death, of course, falling from that tall building in France from the 22nd floor. How is the family feeling at this particular time? We heard from his son, of course, earlier on, saying that he taught them valuable life lessons, particularly about how they should handle or carry themselves.
I want to speak directly to what Nkosinathi Mthethwa, the son of Nathi Mthethwa, speaking on behalf of the siblings, said, quote, "You challenged each and every one of your children to live their lives with destiny and purpose. You taught us to respect everyone and to demand respect back. Our identity is grounded in your humility. You are a pillar of wisdom." End of quote. And that just speaks to how they were raised as the children of Nathi Mthethwa. It speaks to who Nathi Mthethwa was, a very humble, wise, but respectful individual who respected everyone. If you enter a building, the security guard at the door, if you don't respect them, they will not let you in, and you will not be able to clinch a deal that you've been wanting for so many years. But if you are respectful to that security guard, to that cleaner entering the building, to that non-significant person you may think is not an important cog within a greater wheel, you will not get where you need to get in life. And Nathi Mthethwa respected everyone despite their standing or stature in society. And those are the lessons that his children, through Nkosinathi Mthethwa, were speaking about, saying that they will miss the lessons of life that their father was teaching them and how to navigate their life. No matter how controversial those particular decisions were, he deemed it fit for them to take them, because they must live their own life of purpose and integrity in order to be recognized individuals within society and to play a meaningful role in building the society that they want.
Also, Samkele, the presence of various political formations at this particular time. Even during the week, we saw the IFP sending a delegation to offer their words of condolences here. Even today, earlier on, we were in conversation with various leaders coming from different political parties, all of them basically saying that he was a unifier. He was someone who was always willing, to ensure that there is progress in various communities.
Indeed, Nathi Mthethwa was able to transcend beyond political formations. You look at the relationships that he enjoyed with other leaders of political formations, was able to engage with them meaningfully, respectfully. You've never remembered Nathi Mthethwa standing up in Parliament, howling, shouting at anyone within the National Assembly, always engaged, even those who were very rude to him, but was able to engage thoroughly, intellectually, and be able to present his message into a chaotic manner. You look at how the Inkatha Freedom Party, through Premier Tamintuli, was able to come and pay their respects to the family of Nathi Mthethwa, and you also look at how provincial government has honored him at a time where there's a government of provincial unity. Even here in KwaMbonambi, where we are, it is largely an IFP stronghold, this particular area within the country, even though it was mentioned in the Morani Commission of Inquiry, was mentioned in the political killings task team as one of the areas that you find a lot of political killings, a lot of individuals who are involved in political killings come from these particular areas of the country. But it does have a rich history when it comes to the African politics, in the history of the IFP, in the history of the African National Congress. You look at how the likes of the late Thulani Mashaba, the late Begintuli were able to wrestle this particular area of Mosadlala King Tsotshayo district away from the Inkatha Freedom Party, take it to the ranks of the African National Congress until the ANC caused its own demise within this particular area, which saw the resurgence of the IFP once again. So the battles between the IFP and the ANC in this King Tsotshayo district municipality, you can tell over a period of 2 or 3 decades within this area of King Tsotshayo and the greater areas of the northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, and that is why they share so much respect amongst one another.
Thank you so much there, my colleague Samkele Masego, giving us a sense really of the current situation with regards to the African National Congress and also in government, of course, indicating there that he has played an immense role in ensuring that there is unity in various sectors of society. I mean, his track record speaks for itself. If you look at the his involvement in activism, even at a very, very young age. We heard earlier on from the ANC national spokesperson Mahlengi Pengu there, reflecting on his life, where she said that he joined the struggle at a time, where it was basically a matter of life and death. That basically portrays the type of leader that he was. I mean, Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa there being hailed for a number of initiatives, particularly in this very remote and rural community of KwaMbonambi near KwaMbonambi. Of course, we continue to wait for the arrival of those who are going to be basically sending off Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, it's still shocking for many people. We are here sending off Ambassador Mthethwa. What are the lessons that need to be taken from his life?
Look, I think, thank you so much. I think, first of all, it's still all of us not settling in that he's really gone. But one of the things that we can learn from his life is his humility, his calmness. Even in this situation where people need to feel angry, but he would always be calm, and he would always ask all of us to be calm and take our time. That's one of the best things about him. But another thing about Nyambose is the fact that he understood where he comes from. This place where we are, he loved the people. He loved his family. He loved abantu KwaMbonambi. When I came into Parliament in 2014, I took over his constituency from here, because his constituency office was here. So I took it. So I was in his former office for 10 years as a constituency. And everybody who would come into the office, before they asked me, they thought I'm the secretary, they would ask, where is Nyambose? So I would say, he's no longer working here. It's me now who is the member of parliament in this place. So he was a people's person. From a distance, you would think he's aloof, but once you get closer to him, he was one of the warmest people that you can ever get.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it. Various leaders of the ANC basically paid their tributes to Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa, hailing him for his contribution, not only within the structures of the ANC, but also in government. We continue, of course, to give you a sense of what is happening at Kwesaka Mthethwa residence, which is an area not very far from KwaMbonambi, here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. This is where Nathi Mthethwa grew up. He grew up among the number of people to bid farewell to him. Over to you in studio for now.
Sophie, as I listened to the former Deputy Minister there, Nocawe, she talks about a man that she says was close to the people. And yesterday you and I were talking about his time as the editor-in-chief of the ANC's journal, Umkhabulo. And one of the quotes the president actually quoted today, quite significant, saying he wrote that true cadres never aspire to or have an uncontrollable lust to lead. The main motivation for true leaders is to serve the movement and the masses at any level. The leadership emerges from the people. It learns to articulate and champions the aspirations, demands, fears, and hopes of the people.
Well, I think that's correct in a sense that when he wrote that, he didn't only think about others but himself. Because when you look at what he did, you are a chief whip of the ANC, that's prime, you're rising within the leadership of the ANC, both in the party and also in a different capacity. Then you become the Minister of Police, the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, and you are then deployed to France. And many people would say that was a demotion, because from minister to being an ambassador, some people may think it's a better deployment being a minister, but he didn't. He saw that as the opportunity to strengthen the relationship between South Africa and France, but also to contribute on the global stage, Mzwai, as we wrap up.
Absolutely. And of course, as they say, particularly in his organization, wherever the organization sends me, I will go. So they would even mention to say, if the organization decides you clean the yards, that's what you will do. I guess that's how it sums up his acceptance to being sent to France as an ambassador.
And I suppose that's how we wrap up this broadcast from a suddenly chilly KwaMbonambi, suddenly chilly. And you see, even tablecloths have been blown away given the, just the wind and how cold it is. And I suppose, Sophie, as you were saying earlier on, it also speaks about the significance of this moment.
Yeah, indeed, it's now chilly. I think it was very hot. And I think our colleagues there, can you just show our viewers the beautiful, beautiful scenery here? And I want to emphasize those houses there at the hill, beautiful houses. The people of KwaZulu-Natal in this area, they've built such beautiful houses. I wish perhaps a documentary on how people in the countryside are not waiting for government to do something, but they are assisting the government by doing what they can. For example, shelter, and the government must just do the right thing, give them services, and let there be a better infrastructure, Mzwai, as we wrap up.
In fact, the three of us, we actually concluded on one thing as we're monitoring the situation. We said in the rural areas, if government is able to provide the roads, electricity and water, half the job is done.
And Oliver, that's how we had
The flag to the family. This is just part of the pageantry of a special funeral. Of course, this is a Category 2 declared funeral. And what will follow thereafter is that the South African Police Service pallbearers and ceremonial guard of honor will withdraw the committal, and that will conclude the funeral of the now late Nathi Mthethwa, the ambassador of South Africa to France, and having served in government, or at least in parliament, since 2002, all the way up until 2023, when he resigned from parliament and was then later, a year later, posted to France, where he served as ambassador. That is what is to follow on the program thus far. As you can see on your screen, we've got for you the images of the procession heading to the Mthethwa homestead, as well as relatives at the Mthethwa homestead awaiting the funeral procession to arrive there for the special Category 2 funeral proceedings to conclude, where the burial will take place, of course, where his graveside had been prepared as well. Let's go to Simpiwe, who's standing by at the graveside. Simpiwe, give us a sense of what is to unfold specifically at the graveside.
Of course, now, as you see, that Contact making its way now to the KwaMbonambi residence here to basically conduct the third and final, part of the funeral service for Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. I do have with me Mr. Nkosinathi Mthethwa, who we have been liaising with throughout the week, of course, since the news broke. Nyambosa, sibonga kakhulu ngesikhathi sakho, ngiyazi ukuthi umatasa kakhulu ngoba sekuqhutshwa lo msebenzi manje. Sekukuningi ebesikhuluma ngakho malungana nokuthi uambassador uMthethwa ube yini kakhulukazi kulezi inhlaka abephethe kuzona kuhulumeni. Kepha emndenini ungamchaza uthi ube umuntu onjani?
Ngibingelele mfowethu Makhaya. Mfethu silimele somndeni ubhuti ube into enkulu kakhulu, not nje kuphela emndenini kodwa esizweni sonke sakaMthethwa. Sizwe sakaMthethwa silahlekelwe kakhulu ngokudlula kwakhe emhlabeni. Cabanga ukuthi nawe uyayibonela ufakazi bokuthi lo muntu bekumuntu omkhulu kanjani, not nje kuhulumeni kuphela kodwa kulesi sizwe sakaMthethwa. Singabathethwa siyakhala kakhulu ngoba silahlekelwe umuntu ebethanda umndeni wakhe, ebethanda ingane zakhe, ethanda umndeni wonke, izindlu zakubo zonke, so nje silimele kakhulu.
Nyambosa, siyakukhulula sibonga kakhulu isikhathi sakho.
Siyabonga mfethu.
Mnumzane uKhulekani Mthethwa ke there you have it. That was Mr. Khulekani Mthethwa speaking on behalf of the Mthethwa family, saying that of course it's a huge loss for the family. He was a unifier, in the family, has done a lot to assist even those that required help, essentially. I do have with me also Mr. Sihle Zikalala, who is the Deputy Minister of Public Works and also ANC NEC member. Thank you so much, Kuzeni, for your time. You are the leaders of the ANC now. You are picking up the spear from Ambassador Mthethwa. What lessons are you learning?
I think we have drawn a number of lessons from Comrade Nathi. The first is to be with the people and work for the people. And the second is to know and internalize that to be an activist and to be in an organization does not inherently mean you have to be in positions. And you must be humbled at all times to take any responsibility, whether you are given a responsibility that exposes you or you are giving a responsibility to support others. But as a cadre, you must be able to humble yourself and execute such responsibilities with honor, dignity, and responsibility.
Of course, his passing comes at a time when the ANC is trying to rebuild itself, particularly here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The recent election outcomes were quite devastating, to say the least, dipping from 54% to 17%. Him also playing a role in political education, particularly within the structures of the ANC Youth League.
Yes, he played a role in building the Youth League and in the political education programs. The decline of the ANC nationally and worse in the province is telling us that we must reflect on the state of the movement
but begin to act decisively. It's a call that people cannot, and they are not struggling for the ideas, but they struggle for fundamental change. And that change should be about empowerment of their life. That change will only happen if the organization is properly managed and deal with internal issues that affect its moral standing and therefore lead the transformation.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That is Mr. Sihle Zikalala, who is the Deputy Minister of Public Works and also ANC NEC member, reflecting on the life and times of Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. I'm going to step out of the shot and ask my colleague Raymond Mbele to give our viewers a sense of what is currently happening. I see that police officials police officers have arrived here, which of course we know that they have been playing a part in this particular, funeral, it being of course an official funeral category 2 as declared by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa to honor Ambassador different departments and different structures of government. I still do have with me as our senior politics reporter Samkele Masego to also take this particular conversation forward as we of course continue to wait for the arrival of the coffin, as of course you see there that those preparations are now well underway for the third and final part of this particular funeral. Mr. Masego, a lot has been said about the contribution that he has made within the structures of the ANC movement, and also now being the ambassador in France. Of course, the sentiments that were expressed earlier on during the week was that he would be pleased with the recent developments in France, particularly taking a decision that they now recognize Palestine. Of course, we do know that particular situation unfolding there in Gaza.
Indeed, Nathi Mthethwa played a pivotal role as an internationalist in advocating for the people of Western Sahara, advocating the Israeli state of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and of international relations some of the issues that he permutated between the structures of the African National Congress, speaking about international solidarity, speaking about the development of the global south and the trade amongst global south nations, particularly noting that South Africa will be hosting the G20 summit in the next few months here in Johannesburg. And that just tells you of the role that Nathi Mthethwa played as an international global citizen, and hailing from the dusty streets of KwaMbonambi all the way to the capital city of France in Paris, advocating for South Africa's international and economic trade with the French country. You know that Pelisiwe Buthelezi, the wife of Nathi Mthethwa, this time around chose to be a spouse to Nathi Mthethwa. She speaks French and was able to assist Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa in executing his role and duties and functions in France, and particularly noting her role that she's played in the National Energy Fund, NEF, within the country, having financial institutions such as the Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, having institutions such as the PIC, the Pension Investment Company of the state, going to operate in countries such as France in South Africa's quest to reindustrialize the country. You look at the recent French-Africa investment summit that took place within France, the role that Deputy President Paul Shipokosa Mashatile, who is making the family home.
All right, those are the voices of my colleagues Samkele Maseko as well as Simpiwe Makanya, as of course we continue with our rolling coverage of the late Nathi Mthethwa. As you see those visuals there, that is the cortege which is now en route to the Mthethwa residence gravesite. That is where essentially the final stages of today will be. That's where he will be laid to rest. Of course, we are going to continue then to be in conversation with a number of experts this afternoon just to unpack the just the funeral service that we've been seeing and we've been essentially broadcasting to you today, and that will happen in the course of today. We'll be speaking to Professor Musa Kulu in any moment. Just to recap, perhaps, in terms of just the life and times of Nathi Mthethwa, of course, as my colleagues there were speaking, this is the Special Official Funeral Category 2. This was granted by President Cyril Ramaphosa.
There you go. Nice one. Stop there. Stay there. There you go.
Family life. On the 16th of February 2013, Nyambose, as he was affectionately known, tied the knot, in fact, with the love of his life, reads his obituary, Miss Philisiwe Buthelezi. In fact, it was Gloria Sirobe, also affectionately known as Dumato Sirobe, who said that Philisiwe decided to take a pause in her life as a businesswoman when they officially moved to Paris in 2024, as Nathi Mthethwa began his ambassadorial role. And of course, Gloria Sirobe is saying there that it was quite significant move that Philisiwe Buthelezi, that is the former Nathi Mthethwa, the minister's wife, to have then taken that break to be with him, because ultimately they spent those last months together while she was not working. But let's see if we have re-established then that connection with my colleague Samkele Maseko, still in conversation with Simpiwe Makhanya as they continue, of course, to monitor this procession. You're now listening to Unathi Bhatyashe taking you through until that particular burial. Samkele and Simpiwe, over to you for now.
Indeed, and we are waiting for the cortege to arrive. Members of the community, as you can see, they are still hard at work preparing the last eternal place where former Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa will be laid to rest. They are about 30 to 40 minutes behind, but they are hard at work, particularly noting that this area of KwaMbonambi is got a lot of rocks beneath the soil, so they've got to work very carefully to make sure that no one is injured and to work around these particular rocks that are beneath the surface here in KwaMbonambi. But if you speak about the lives and times of Nathi Mthethwa, you can't help but speak about his political legacy, fighting for the issues of the people whom are downtrodden, the poor, the dispossessed, the marginalized within the ranks of the country. It's a life of struggling for the dispossessed whom are hungry for liberation, but also it speaks about his connection to the ordinary rank and file within the country. If you look at this particular individual who is working across, who's a member of the area here, he is wearing a T-shirt of the Inkatha Freedom Party, which speaks to the relations that Nathi Mthethwa was able to relate with those even who are not from the ranks of the African National Congress, whom are able to have day-to-day interactions. You look at the tribal wars that took place within these areas of the northern parts of the country and the political battles that took place between the African National Congress and also the Inkatha Freedom Party. But also just looking at the role he played, moving away to Durban, to where he was born in Claremont, to fight for the struggles of ordinary rank and file and workers at the Just Juice factory belonging to the Food and Allied Workers Union, FAU, and fighting for the rights of ordinary South Africans and ordinary employees within the workplace. I am going to further speak to my colleague Simpiwe Makanya, whom has been here for when the news broke. Simpiwe, you've been here since the news broke out. How have you engaged with ordinary community members of this area of KwaMbonambi on the legacy of Nkosinathi Mthethwa?
Samgele, we have indeed been speaking to a number of people, be it political leaders as well as ordinary residents from this rural village of KwaMthethwa, which is adjacent to KwaMbonambi. And I suppose the sentiment is that Ambassador Mthethwa has left a legacy that really needs to be, honored. According to them, they say that even though he was a senior leader in government, but he was always, accessible. He was always, ensuring that he prioritizes, the challenges that face people where he comes from on a daily basis. And of course, I have just now been speaking to some of the community members just to get a sense from them in terms of what does this mean, the departure of Ambassador Mthethwa. And they're saying that it's a huge blow for them. It's a huge blow for them. It was a sign of the soil, someone who was always willing to champion the needs of rural people, particularly those who come from, disadvantaged communities. Samgele.
When you look at the history of Nathi Mthethwa, particularly noting the history of the Mthethwa clan in building and nurturing of Ilembe, King Shaka, just speak about that role that traditional authorities play, particularly kwisizwe sakamthethwa.
Kubalekile ukukhuluma ngalokho Samgele ngoba uzokhumbula phela ukuthi uNyambose ubeganelwe kwaButhelezi nanamhlanje ke lokho kuqhamile kakhulu ohlelweni lokumfihla. It's important to reflect on that particular aspect, Samgele, because you recall, of course, the relations that do exist between the KwaMthethwa family as well as the Buthelezi family. Earlier on in the week, we saw a group of Amakhosi traditional leaders coming here really to offer their words of condolences, saying that they have been sent by the Amazulu king, to offer their words of condolences to Ambassador Mthethwa. Of course, earlier on indeed, I was also in conversation with the leader of the Al Jama party, who was earlier on saying that Ambassador Mthethwa always wanted to, learn about different cultures. He always, wanted to explore, the cultural rituals of this very diverse society that we come from, Samkela.
When you look at this vast cultural and diversity that we have within the country, when President Ramaphosa was delivering the eulogy, he spoke about how Nathi Mthethwa was always a historian that did not only look at history as being recording of the past, teachings of what's to come, teachings of clans, teachings of how people transcend from one area to another, teachings of how Ilembe was able to build isizwe samazulu.
And of course, also look at his tenure, particularly in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. You know, the programs that he was championing at that particular time when he was given that responsibility, you know, they speak to someone who was very, you know, committed to ensuring that the history of this country is preserved, and also the role players in the history are honored and remembered at all times. Of course, I think that's what the president was alluding to when he spoke about that particular aspect. Of course, Samkele, we are still here, you know, seeing the proceedings and anticipating the arrival of the coffin, and of course the family that is going to be laying to rest Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa.
When you look at his role, particularly within sports, arts and culture, I can't help but remember during the repatriation of J.B. Marks and Moses Kotane from Russia coming back into the country, how would you look at that particular role, noting Nathi Mthethwa's links to the left axis of the Mass Democratic Movement, his links to Food, Allied and Workers Union, FAU, and the left axis, the South African Communist Party, J.B. Marks, and the leaders of the South African Communist Party, Moses Kotane, being repatriated into the country?
He was someone, according to the speaker, Samgele, who was very, you know, in touch with the history of this country, and someone who was very committed to seeing, you know, that history is not forgotten. And of course, I think the president did allude to that particular aspect as well, you know, saying that, you know, Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa, you know, could be trusted, really. He could be trusted in whatever role that he was given, and of course not someone who took lightly the work that he was given. And of course, in this particular, you know, context, him as being now the ambassador, having served in various portfolios in government, Samgele, the president there emphasizing that he did not feel that he was entitled to holding any position in government. In fact, he was always about ensuring that the people do get the services that they require. And I guess that the sentiments being expressed here by some of the residents speak to that particular aspect.
When you look at, as the procession makes its way for the remains of Nkosinathi Mthethwa to be brought here at home to his final resting place, just this surroundings of these areas of KwaMbonambi and the lived experiences of these people that reside in these areas of the country, when parliamentarians go to parliament, do they feel thoroughly represented by them, noting that one of them came from the depths of the deepest rural parts of KwaZulu-Natal, where they still practice core traditional rituals and customs?
We are confronted with the reality of inequality, the reality of poverty.
Right, apologies for that break in connection. You've been listening to the voices of Samkele Maseko as well as my colleague Simphiwe Makhanya, as of course we monitor the last and final stages of the burial for South Africa's ambassador to France and former Minister Nathi Mthethwa. Of course, the final stages of his funeral will be held at his home, and that is the part 3, essentially, of what has been an hours-long ceremony for the late Minister and Ambassador. The SAPS also, holding a ceremonial service earlier on. It is expected that they will continue with that at the family residence where the burial will be taking place at KwaMbonambi. SAPS will be handing over the flag in ceremonial handover to the president and then, of course, to the family. Let's continue to listen in to reflections of the family and friends of the late Minister and Ambassador. Handed back to Samgele as well as Simpiwe. Over to you.
And we were speaking earlier on about poverty, underdevelopment, and land hunger within these areas of KwaMbonambi with my colleague Simpiwe Makanya.
Indeed, Samgele, and I was indicating earlier on that when you speak or when you interact with residents from this particular part of the province, I mean, they name a plethora of challenges that they still confront. Challenges of water, and in some instances, challenges of electricity, but notably, it's the challenge of the underdevelopment of the infrastructure that is needed for any development to take place. And I mean, if you're driving around the area, it's a gravel road. And of course, as they were preparing for the funeral, you saw tractors still trying to sort of fix the road because of the poor state that it was in, before this particular unfortunate incident. But I suppose the issues of underdevelopment and the issues of poverty and inequality, if you go to rural areas, that's where you get a sense really of just how entrenched they are in our society, and of course this being one of those rural communities.
If you look at this area, the stadium where the official funeral was held, the Sabonga Sangweni Sports Complex, the legacy of the 2010 Soccer World Cup. Nathi Mthethwa was at Sports, Arts and Culture at that time. You look to Nathi Mthethwa being no more today. What does it still give hope to this community that prosperity, development, infrastructure is still going to come to these parts of the country, particularly in building these infrastructure of roads within these areas leading to their homes?
I guess the challenge now, Samgele, is for those leaders who still remain to take their baton and move on in terms of championing the needs of ordinary people and addressing the challenges that they face on a daily basis. And speaking of on that particular aspect, I mean, when the news broke, we saw quite a number of musicians also, taking to various social media platforms expressing, their words of condolences, saying that Ambassador Mthethwa played a huge role in really ensuring that the livelihoods of musicians during his tenure as the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture is addressed. And of course, they were making mention of the fact that that particular legacy will never ever be, forgotten regarding his contribution in the sports, arts and culture fraternity.
Looking at his role at Sports, Arts and Culture, I can't help but reminded of the flag that he wanted to build within South Africa. I remember the president recalling after the news broke of his passing of how Nathi Mthethwa called him and said, "President, we've got an issue of the flag, good idea, but South Africans seem to be pushing back." And the president said to him, "Cancel that particular project, don't do it anymore."
Who can forget that? Who can forget that, Samgele? And I suppose the fact that he decided at that time to consult President Ramaphosa with regards to the sentiments that were being expressed by ordinary people, saying that you cannot have a 20 million rand or so flag being made when in fact there are quite a number of challenges in society. I think that particular decision speaks to someone who was really aware of the fact that in as much as I do have the, responsibility of leading and I do have the authority to lead in this particular department, but it's also important that I go back and consult if there are challenges. And I guess that's also the sentiments that have been expressed by various political parties. I was in conversation earlier on with IFP national spokesperson, who is now the Deputy Minister of Transport, Mr. Nkosinathi, who was saying that in as much as there were political differences between the ANC and the IFP, but Ambassador Mthethwa was always willing to sit down on the table and say, let's address those particular differences. And of course, you were making mention earlier on of the fact that this being a predominantly IFP stronghold, him, of course, being an active ANC member, there could be those particular differences.
Mr. Makhanya, I'm just going to bring in Mr. William Baloyi from the Government Communications and Information Systems. Mr. Baloyi, just the essence of what's going to happen now. We do understand that the president is no longer going to be coming to the burial site, particularly after COVID-19. He's not attended many burial sites, noting the virus that was going around, the pandemic at that particular time within the country, COVID-19. What's going to happen now, since the president will no longer be coming to the family home like he did with former Deputy President David Tabete Mabuza?
Thank you very much. The first thing is that at the stadium, the president arrived first. He arrived earlier than most of the monarchs that were there. Yes, as you have indicated, the president has other engagement that has made him to go straight to them. However, the deputy president will be the one who will be taking the final officiating of this ceremony. Given also the issue of the constraints of the space in the homestead, which is unlike at the thing, we have also advised that we decrease the number of the monarchs and also the number of the ceremonial police. Will try to manage it. It's unlike the huge number where we come from. But as far as the president's not coming is concerned, I don't think it's something to worry about because we have the presidency and he delivered the eulogy. This is the last lap, the handing over of the flag to the family and also observant of the body as it goes out.
Thank you very much, Mr. William Bulema. I am going to bring in Mr. Mhlaba, an artist who's worked extensively with Nathi Mthethwa, who is always present at government events. Just your history and your recollection of the legacy of Ambassador and former Minister Nathi Mthethwa.
He was a very humble man and very accessible. And I do remember that we met sometimes and we would talk. He was one minister that I could talk to, whatever. I didn't have to make an appointment. If you see him, you would tell him what your problem is. And he played a very important role in the arts industry. He started, I think SIFSA started. He started because we had a problem with the unions. There was SIFSA, the Federation for Artists, that was started by him, and he played a huge role for us as artists.
What are some of the issues, particularly he was at the forefront of resolving for you as the artist that you are facing within your industry?
We have so many. The first one, I know it was the white paper that was going in radio stations, that it should be a green paper for artists for the laws, and also there was the copyright law amendment. So he was fighting so many things for us because there's not so much that we can talk about that has been done for artists in terms of law that has changed. It's still the same law, 1978 copyright law.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lingiwe Mhlaba, recalling and having her reflections on the life and times of the late Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa, speaking about how he was able to help them crafting some of those policies and laws that were able to govern the industry that they are operating in, giving them a better life, giving them access to those much needed funds that they seek and desire, particularly from their royalties of their music being played within radio stations, from Samro and other industry players within that particular aspect of the sports, arts and culture industry. You look at how and the role that he has played. You look at the sports complex, the Siyabonga Sangweni Sports Complex, that his official funeral service was held earlier on today, where President Ramaphosa gave the eulogy. It's named after Siyabonga Sangweni, the former Orlando Pirates captain and Bafana player, who hails from these mountainous parts of the country of KwaMbonambi, and just the history of how football brings together young men within these areas, and how Nathi Mthethwa was also an avid lover of jazz, as earlier on spoken by some of the mourners that we have spoken to, who spoke and reflected on the life and times of Nkosinathi Mthethwa, but also speaking to the likes of Sihle Zikalala, the former Secretary General of the ANC Youth League, who worked extensively with Nathi Mthethwa, speaking to the likes of Ronald Lamula, who were able to speak up the spear from the likes of Nkosinathi Mthethwa in the structures of the ANC Youth League, likes as well as the Southern Natal leadership at the time that was led by the likes of Malusi Kikaba, Nhlakanipho Ntombela, Isaiah Nchanga, and many others who were part of that gallant generation that President Ramaphosa speaks about, that also encompasses the likes of Zizi Godwa, Mr. Good Enough Godwa, the likes of Figile Vutambalula, the Secretary General of the ANC Youth League, the likes of the current Minister of Water and Sanitation, Phemema Chodina, and the former Minister of Transport within the country, Joe Maswangani, who was a former Deputy President of the ANC Youth League, Febe Putkhiter Kubule as well, who come from those ranks of the youth movement that worked tirelessly to make sure that the country was ungovernable and that freedom was ultimately achieved within the country, Unathi. But also just moving back to the preparation of his final resting place, they are coming towards the end of finishing their job as amadoda asendaweni, to make sure that he goes to and is placed in his final eternal resting place. You can just see in the shot that we are showing right now the likes of businessman Moses Tembe as well, who are present, who have been on the side of the family since day one. We've seen a number of prominent business players within the country, black business players that may be, and also the likes of prominent political leaders within the country. So IFP leaders also here. I am going to also bring in Senzo Mataba, ANC branch secretary within this branch of Mr. Senzo Mataba. Just your reflection of the lives and times of Unyombos.
Where can one begin? I think the speakers that were in the formal program said a mouthful, but I mean, us here on the ground, we do have the side of Unyambosa that we can reflect on, is that most of the leaders in the senior positions are the senior position leaders, but Unyambosa was the leader of the people here on the ground. He walked with us on the ground. He campaigned with us on the ground. He voted with us. His voting district was Umuzwa Soyongweni, which is also the Uyengo VT. That is his voting district. Every time when he left here, going to the voting station, he would give me a call and say, "Hey, Nopala, I'm now going to cast my vote. I need your presence when I'm casting my vote so that you can tell the comrades at the branch that indeed Unyambosa has casted his vote and he's casted his vote correctly." Yeah, that's one thing that one can remember, and there's one thing that we can say we'll never experience again. All these past elections, be it local government elections, general elections. He was always with us during the preps and on the election date. He made sure that he was always with us, and after casting his vote, he would invite the comrades to come and have lunch with him. When I say comrades, I mean the volunteers, the people that are working on the ground, the people that will never see them anywhere. If you are someone of Nyambose's stature or caliber. But he made sure that those people would sit here and have lunch with him. Nomam Mthethwa, Umam Pelsi. So yeah, it's one of those. We'll still have to go back as the leaders of the branch and try to tell the comrades that indeed Nyambosa is gone. Our elections will never be the same. That's one significant thing that you can cite in the passing of Nyambosa as we're coming here to lay his mortals to next to his grandfathers and the great-grandfathers. King Tingswayo branch. Indeed, this branch is called to King Tingswayo after his ancestor Ukotongwane. He himself named the branch King Tingswayo. So it's an honor to us as the branch, but also to Abantu BakwaMthethwa, people on the ground. As you can see, all these men that are here preparing his resting place, they know him personally. He would go around, shake everyone's hand, and share a smile with them. So that's how we can reflect on life of Nyambosa.
The ANC's diagnostic report of 2017, delivered by then Secretary General Gwede Mantashe, spoke about an aloofness of leaders within the African National Congress to their communities. It seems, with all the words that have come out from the speakers who've been speaking and mourning the life and times of Nyambosa, he did not fit in that category of aloof leaders of the African National Congress, where there's a gap between them and their communities.
I think Nyambosa understood that he was made by him being connected to the ground. You know, Nyambosa was a lightning conductor. He understood that during the times of the storm, when there's lightning, he's the one who has to be conducted to the ground, and hence the lightning will strike him so that it doesn't cause damage to others, that he lives and he continues to live amongst, which are the people on the ground. A very humble soul, a very approachable someone. You could hardly tell that during his political heights he was an NEC and an NWC member, and over and above that, the head and the convener of ANC School of Politics. Indeed, he was one of those leaders that you could say, amongst what has been seen as the reflection of the leaders, the pompousness in the ANC, was one of the few that said you cannot paint the whole house with same paint, with one brush. He was that dot. He could be one dot in the black painted house, one white dot. He was indeed very humble.
Looking at where the ANC is within this region of Musadladla today, you've lost electoral power within various municipalities. You've lost electoral support amongst the communities of this district of King Cetshwayo and this region of Musadladla. How do you go back and rebuild that trust when the likes of Nyambosa are no longer there, that we're able to connect with the ordinary rank and file of South Africans that you are seeing here today, present, and preparing his final resting place?
We have made a commitment to ourselves because Nyambose was a torchbearer, to pick up the torch. Nyambose was a torchbearer of unity. Without unity, because if you can see how we lost the ground, we did not lose the ground to the opposition. We lost the ground to ourselves. We lost the ground by the cracks that happened. So we lost the unity, hence, and subsequently we lost the ground. So we need to go back and say that which Nyambose believed and lived for, we are going to then take it and even live even much more meaningfully, which is the unity.
When you speak about unity, the love note, the love of his life, Philisiwe Buthelezi is a road to him, delivered by her friend today, Mrs. Fagute. It spoke about how Nyambose was hurt by the disunity within the ranks of the African National Congress. Also how President Ramaphosa spoke about how Nyambose was able to operate in difficult terrains and storms within the movement.
Yeah, as I've reflected, the goodbye note from Umama, the farewell note from Umama speaks everything that Nyambose was in the organization. He was the center of unity. If all of us in the leadership do not really meaningfully and truthfully take unity as the core of this revolution going forward, it's beyond the fact that we are going to lose even more than what we have lost. Unity is paramount. Unity is sacrosanct. Without unity, we are nothing. We need to really live the comradeship that we always speak when we call each other comrades. It should not only be words, but it should be life. It should go beyond just practice. It should go beyond even being a gospel. It should be life. It should be our DNA. It should run in our veins. Without unity, we are going to even go down even badly than where we are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mataba, the branch secretary of the ANC in this King Tengsoya branch. As you can see, now they are done with the preparations of Nyambose's home, where he will be laid to eternal rest. That you can see the Nazareth Baptist Church now using some of the customs and traditions of the Nazareth Baptist Church that are done before one of their own is laid to their eternal resting place. I just want to read a quote from the goodbye note, the love letter that Philisiwe Buthelezi wrote to the love of her life. Quote, "A lion of struggle has fallen. You served a nation dispossessed and longing for liberation. In the years of struggle, you dodged the bullets of an oppressive regime, risked the loneliness of solitary confinement, in a dark cell, alone, not knowing whether you would see light again. You shared a dream of making your ambassadorship a success of economic prosperity for South Africa." End of quote. That just speaks to the role and to the man that Nyambose was, not only to this community of KwaMbonambi, but also to the greater South Africa, to the globe, to the continent, to the people of Palestine who are facing that oppression from the Zionist state of Israel. As you can see now, the procession is about to start. Let's just take in the sound.
Left, hey, right hand. Left, hey. 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 Makai. Left, hey. Left, hey. Left, hey. Out.
Wena maka, yana pinya. Maka, take to this one. Yeah. Follow.
Members of the South African Police Service, you know that Mr. William Baloyi had said they are trying to trim down the numbers of the official salute by the state. President Ramaphosa will no longer be coming. The Deputy President of South Africa, Paul Shipokosa Mashatile, will be now leading the third part. During this particular part, they will be infusing in the official funeral of Category 2 of the government, infused with cultural norms and traditions of the Nazareth Baptist Church, Nathi. The South African flag will then be handed over to Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who will then hand it over to the spouse of the late Ambassador Nkosinathi Mthethwa, and that will ultimately mark the end of the government part in that particular respect of honoring the role that Nkosinathi Mthethwa has played within the broader politics of the country in liberating his people dispossessed of land, his people deprived of economic activity, his people that don't control the means of production of the economy of the country. You also do know that in the various speeches that have been made in remembering and honoring Unyombose, they spoke about how he was pained at the depths of poverty, inequality, and underdevelopment that still persist and permutate themselves within the country. Just looking at the surroundings of KwaMbonambi, the beautiful mountainous areas that you can liken to a valley where its heat radiates and comes from the depth of the warmth of the mountains. We can't also move away from the effects of global warming that they are having on these parts of the country, which are some of the issues that were ventilated in the mission that Nathi Mthethwa was leading on behalf of South Africa in France as our ambassador, in trying to foster economic growth between these two countries, noting that France has also recognized the state of Palestine, and how Emmanuel Macron's administration is looking at furthering its investments onto the African continent more, and how Deputy President Paul Mashatile also frequents those parts of the country. A number of mourners have also now made their way inside the family homestead. I do see the Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress, Nomvula Mokonyane, who is seated alongside Jeff Khatebe, awaiting for the arrival of the family Nathi.
How they then proceed, the state will essentially then withdraw.
Right, of course, you've been watching the rolling coverage of the Special Official Funeral Category 2 of the late South African Ambassador to France, Nathi Emmanuel Mthethwa. You've been listening to the voice there of my colleague Samkele Maseko earlier on with Simphiwe Makhanya. What you are seeing there, of course, is the third and final part of his funeral service. This is the burial part of the service, as Samkele was saying. The community members there, having just concluded preparing his burial at around about 3:35 p.m. this afternoon. This is, of course, where members of the South African Police Service, as well as the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, will be leading this third part of the burial that is at the late Nathi Mthethwa's home in KwaMbonambi in KwaZulu-Natal. This, of course, as you will recall, is in line with the special official funeral category 2, as a government describes it, is designated for distinguished South Africans who have rendered exceptional service to the nation, particularly in their roles in cabinet or diplomatic roles. So we will obviously see then the SAPS also taking over this particular part, and where there will be some key observations from both a national perspective as well as a cultural perspective that will be shown. Of course, I'm not alone monitoring these developments is Samkele Maseko. Samkele, of course, a number of, Nathi Mthethwa's family members also arriving there for this third part of the service, which is perhaps one of the most significant one for the family, given that this is all unfolding at Nathi Mthethwa's home.
Yes, Unathi. Well, I'm just going to take this moment just to take in the sound. The family is now coming in. Well, at this moment, you can see in the visuals we are showing you the arrival of the remains of Ambassador Nkosinathi Mthethwa to the family home. Deputy President Paul Mashatile alongside the spouse, Pelisiwe Telezi, Minister Ronald Ozi Lamula of Department of International Relations and Cooperation, behind DP Shipokosa Mashatile. The family members have now arrived. I'm just going to bring in Simphiwe Makhanya as we come to the last stretch of laying Ambassador Mthethwa to his final resting place.
Indeed, Samkele, the coffin now here at his residence at KwaMthethwa home. Of course, you see members of the South African Police Service who are now performing their basically final task in terms of today's proceedings. Of course, we know that this being the official funeral category 2, the role that SABC plays in such, funerals, and once that has been done, they will then hand over, to the chaplain as well as the priest that I can see from my vantage point there to wrap up the proceedings for today.
When you look at the casket of Ambassador Nkosinathi Mthethwa, it does come and has a history coming from the Soviet Union countries, speaking to the role that he played and his political and ideological beliefs within the rank and file of the African National Congress. I'm just going to bring in Professor Musa Xulu just to speak on the processes going forward from here. Professor.
Well, I think going forward now, we're at the burial site here, which means that is the final stage of the burial of Honorable Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. As we can see here, after they get his coffin into the grave, they will then start possibly talking again to the Mthethwa ancestors to receive him. And then they will then bury, and then usually men will go to wash their bodies in the river, and then they sit down and start talking about memorializing him and so on. But what we saw today is a typical leader of a big movement that has been, underestimated for some time. But we could see in this funeral that actually, and the people in this area, they loved him a lot. In terms of the rituals, the next rituals will be done after a month, where it is called cleansing, washing the hands, and then after a year, they send him up. It's called Kumkhuphula. And then he enters the world of the ancestors.
Professor Xulu, when you look at the Nazareth Baptist Church traditions and customs, when I was growing up as a young boy, you would see that at this particular third part of the burial, in some instances, members of the Nazareth Baptist Church would be taken out of the casket, wrapped in a white cloth, and then interred into their final resting place. Would we be following similar customs and traditions in this round, or have they changed since the advent of COVID-19, the pandemic that ravaged many across the globe?
Well, if he was a member of the Nazareth Baptist Church at the time of his death, they will most possibly perform that. They continue to perform that because it is believed that the body, the Nazareth Baptist Church is very much into human and nature. So they mix those two, and they make sure that when you die, nothing stands between you and Mother Earth. So if he was, they will most possibly do that. It's a matter of waiting for a couple of minutes, and then after that we'll see if they do it. If he was not, of course they will not do it. But the fact that they buried on a Sunday and not on a Saturday, there's a very strong Nazareth Baptist Church influence in this KwaMthethwa area, very strong. And we can expect them to perform also those kinds of rituals of the church.
Prof, if you look at yesterday, a ritual was performed when he was fetched from the mortuary, bringing him back home. Before he was able to enter his ancestral home, there was a goat that was slaughtered, of having passed away from an accident. Just take us through those rituals that were performed yesterday evening.
Well, the belief is that if you die of an accident, you are carrying unclean spirits. And that is where the goat comes in, the blood of the goat comes in. So that when you go as an ancestor, you are not troublesome, and you die and sleep at peace. And so those rituals was to talk to him, as well as to talk to the ancestors, to say, even though he comes in blood, but please remove the blood from him, and we sacrifice this blood of the goat instead of his own blood, so that you receive him in his ultimate purity. So that ritual was aimed at achieving that. Normally, if you die by accident, you will not even enter the homestead. So they had to cleanse him so that as he enters the homestead, at least he is pure, like a person who has died of natural death.
Professor Xulu, just the difficulties of infusing culture, tradition, and governance. how difficult is it for the families and for government to find common ground and synergy that we're seemingly seeing so smoothly infused here at this burial of Nkosinathi Mthethwa?
It's actually excellent in terms of how they've done it. You know, when it's a formal service of government, official service, it's got a standing kind of arrangement which you cannot change. But what they've done is that they've allowed, for example, also the Nazareth Baptist Church, which is semi-cultural, to be able to perform the rituals smoothly, and the Mthethwa clan rituals were also performed plus government. I think to have a government that understands that we are in Africa and the decolonization process is happening, and government seems to be supporting that. That's why it is smooth and understandable how they do it. I think fellow South Africans must be learning a lot about how to decolonize, how to move with a modern government, but at the same time be able to take our cultures and rituals along with us.
Thank you very much, Professor Xulu. We are now entering the final moments of the burial of Nkosinathi Emmanuel Mthethwa. At this moment in time, Unathi and Zimpiwe, with the visuals my colleague Thabo Mthweni is showing you, they are inserting what they call in isiZulu amacansi on top of the logs that are prepared on the soil of his final resting place. They will put those logs on the ground, on the soil first. On top of them, they put amacansi. Then from there, they do take down his casket.
In Jesus' mighty name.
At this point, let's just take in the sound.
Yeah, so siyacela ukuthi ezoKhenela Ntombela nabantu bakhe.
At this time, Colonel Ntombela will now take over with the government procession. They are now taking the remains of Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa to his final resting place. They are very careful as the casket is very heavy. There will be some of the government processes that will not be followed to the T due to the slope of the area, of the landscape of this area of KwaMbonambi, which we did describe earlier on as a very beautiful mountainous area that you can liken it to a valley that is very beautiful, that is very green, that speaks to land and to the richness of South Africa's agrarian land that we have in vast majority over the length and breadth of South Africa. But also it speaks to how Nathi Mthethwa fought for the disenfranchised, the dispossessed, those who are segregated from economic activity, those whom are lost in the depths of the vastness of the land of South Africa, those who are in areas where life seems to be very bleak, a future that does not have any form of certainty due to the lack of economic activity within these areas, due to the depths of poverty that persists. This is what drew Nkosinathi Mthethwa to the struggle, to fighting for the ordinary rank and file within the country, to fighting for his fellow colleagues on the shop floor at Just Juice in the southern parts of KwaZulu-Natal, in the southern parts rather, of the now eThekwini Metro Municipality. Those are some of the draw cards that brought him closer to the United Democratic Movement, to the United Democratic Front, the UDF. Those are the moments that brought him closer to the South African Youth Council, SAICO. Those are the struggles of the people that brought him closer to the ANC Youth League, a son of KwaMbonambi, a son of the dusty streets of Isizwe Sakamthethwa, who grew up to go to become a minister of police, a minister of sports, arts and culture, a chairperson of mineral resources and energy within the portfolio committees in Parliament to fight for the SLPs, the social labor plans, to uplift poor rural communities that are labor exporting provinces, to fight for the rights of those who come from those provinces that see mining in Limpopo, in the Northwest Province, in the Free State, in Mpumalanga.
Move to the left and right, left and right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Single five, Vera, single five, right 12, take pose, quick, march.
Not in my parade.
Well, there you have it, my colleague Samkele Maseko, giving you those proceedings. Of course, as you see, the coffin now being prepared, to enter.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Our scripture reading this afternoon is
the
taken
grave.
from the book of Daniel, chapter 12, verse number 2. It reads as follows.
Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa's final moments here
Many
at
of those
his
who have already
home.
died
I still do have with me Professor
enjoy eternal
Musa
life,
Xulu, who's
some
going to perhaps
suffer
explain to us
eternal
the
disgrace.
proceedings as we
Abaningi
are.
balele emhlabathini wothuli.
Okay, we'll get to Professor Musa Xulu in a short while. Let's listen to the proceedings.
Abanye kulahlweni kwaphakade, abanye ekuphileni kwaphakade. Come, let us pray. Baba wethu oyingcwele nothandekayo, sesilapha uNkulunkulu wethu oyingcwele ukuzobeka khona umphefumulo umntana wakho nomzimba wakhe. Sicela Nkosi ukuthi le ndawo yahlakanisela ubukhosi bakho nodumo lakho. Siyayingcwalisa manje egameni lika Jesu, kuze ukuthi Nkosi nangomhla wovuko umkhumbule umntwana wakho kule ndawo. Busisake le ndawo manje ngoKristu Jesu Nkosi kuze bephakade naphakade. Amen. Thank you, Mfundisi. We are now going to unwrap the coffin. Those flag bearers will come and wrap the coffin, give it to the marshalling officer. The marshalling officer will give it to the most senior person, which is General Msigidi. General Msigidi will take it to the deputy president. Then the deputy president will hand it over to the family as a token of appreciation on behalf of the country to the contribution and the work that have been done by former Minister Ambassador Mthethwa. Over to you, Colonel.
Well, there you have it, the members of the South African Police Service who are now going to be removing the flag from the coffin, which will be given to a senior member of the South African Police Service, who will then hand it over to the Deputy President of the country, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, and thereafter the Deputy President will hand the flag over to the family, of course, as a sign of respect and honoring, the contribution that Ambassador Mthethwa made in government. Of course, we see the members of the South African Police Service now preparing the flag. And of course, friends, family members, colleagues, here witnessing this final moment of the burial of Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa, who tragically lost his life at the age of 58 as serving ambassador who was deployed by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa to France. Of course, the family is on record saying that they still would want to know what happened to Ambassador Mthethwa. And of course, the authorities in France, together with the South African police services, are working together to try and put together really events which led to his untimely passing. You see a senior official of the SABC who is now making her way to the Deputy President of the country, Paul Mashatile, to hand over the flag. As a sign of respect for Ambassador Mthethwa. Once the Deputy President has received the flag, he will then hand it over to the family. He will then hand it over to the family. You see there in your visuals, very sad looking Deputy President handing the flag over to the wife of Ambassador Mthethwa. Of course, one can only imagine what she's going through at this particular time. I think there's a short prayer that has been conducted. Let's
the symbolism of the pain, the sacrifice that Nathi Mthethwa has sacrificed and put to the country. Those emotions, as you can see her best friend now consoling her. It just speaks to the struggles that they have been to over the course of the years. A life of sacrifice from Nkosinathi Mthethwa and the spouse, Pelisiwe Mthelis.
Indeed, Samgele, he was not just a politician, but he was a father and a husband. And as I think let's listen into the national anthem as it's being sung now.
Procession! General salute! Present!
Thank you, Ben. Colonel Dombela will now have to ask for the permission to withdraw the monuments.
Out of it off. Move to the left. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of it off. That's it. On the right. Left wheel. Quick, fast. Look, hey, look, hey, look, hey, look, hey, look, hey, look, hey, look,
Well, there you have it. Members of the South African Police Service are now withdrawing
Sorry, Colonel.
officially.
Sorry, there is an emergency.
Officially withdrawing from the proceedings now. So what is left now is that the priest as well as the family members that are here are going to be performing, their final send off to Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. The remainder of the members are now leaving the gravesite, and of course the coffin has been lowered. We still do have Professor Musa Tulu,
the last salutations.
who
All generals will come
is
and pay their
observing
last
proceedings
respects
here.
according to their seniority.
Let's listen in for now.
But they will be led by the deputy president as is in Zomas. It means he will start, then all the generals will come and in the form of a salutation and salute. Thank you.
Deputy President Paul Mashatile leading the generals who are going to be saluting Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa for the last time. Of course, it's quite an emotional time for the Deputy President, who earlier on spoke to us about the legacy that Ambassador Mthethwa leaves behind. The generals are now conducting their final salute to respect and honor Ambassador Nathi Mthethwa. Whilst we are still there, maybe let's engage Professor Musa Tulu just on what we are seeing happening now. Prof, of course, as per the cultural norms in terms of the Shembe Church Nazareth Baptist Church, you would know that once a coffin has been lowered, it is then dismantled. But today we are seeing something different. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, no, usually they don't even take it down. They dismantle it and put the body next to the grave. And then the coffin, they put it in a dismantled format. But I have been reliably informed that as a result of the multi-faith nature of this funeral, as you can see, the Shembe Church is here, but also there are other churches, evangelists and Lutheran. I've seen some pastors there. The family met last night and came to a conclusion that it would be in the best interest of interfaith that they don't perform that ritual of dismantling the coffin. But then they had to slaughter a goat for that, just to apologize to the ancestors, because the ancestors here, almost everyone here in this valley is a Shembe Church member. And of course, this is the place where Shembe first arrived many years ago, before he died in 1930s. So they had to slaughter a goat to apologize that they will not do it, and explain that the nature of the funeral, as Samuel was rightly saying earlier, that you find that the interaction between government and the church and the churches as well as the traditionalists. So they had to take a middle road which will accommodate everybody. And then again, the blood of a goat had to be spilled to apologize.
Of course, from where we are, Prof, we can see the leadership of both the ANC and of the country being led by Deputy President Paul Mashatile. It's a very somber mood, sad occasion. And I suppose they are asking themselves many questions about the road to be traveled going forward, particularly at a time like this where Ambassador Mthethwa's teachings were so desperately needed in order for the ANC to correct some of the wrongs that have been identified within the party.
Well, it's very important to note that Ambassador Mthethwa had grown up in the ANC, not like joined the ANC or came from somewhere and joined. So the ANC was in his blood, and he was very eloquent in political education, especially for younger generations and the newcomers. And so there's going to be a vacuum there. And I think I see the Deputy President there. I see Mayor Mokonyane, and I've spoken to some cabinet ministers. Everyone is asking exactly the question, how do we go forward? And you must remember the ANC is currently going through what is called renewal. And every member, senior member, is needed to make a contribution. I am believing that, although that having attended the funeral service, I think it became very important to see that the ANC is also trying to make use of an event like this to renew itself, to mobilize.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was Professor Musa Kulu there, giving us a sense of the situation. Of course, this is now this is where we have to now link back to studio, as members of the media have been asked to excuse the family. It's over to you in studio, Nathi.